Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I can't believe I'm finally typing this out. For the past 8 months, I've been trying to convince myself that what happened was just a nightmare, or my imagination getting the best of me. But the things that have happened since that night, I can't explain them away anymore. Last summer, I went on what was supposed to be a fun 2-week trip to Mexico. I'm 19, and it was my first time traveling without my parents. The plan was to stay with some distant relatives I barely knew for the first part of the trip, and then my cousin Mariana and I would stay at this beach rental house for the last 5 days. I was so excited about that part. A beach house all to ourselves. Well, with my younger siblings too, but still, the first week with the relatives was fine, normal. Nothing weird happened, but everything changed when we got to that beach house. It seemed perfect at first. 3 bedrooms, a nice kitchen, and only a 5-minute walk to the beach. The rental was in this small coastal town, not super touristy, which was exactly what we wanted. The landlady gave us the keys and told us to call if we needed anything. Everything seemed fine that first afternoon as we unpacked and explored the house. That's when I first saw him, the little boy. I was putting some groceries away in the kitchen when I caught a glimpse of someone small darting behind the living room couch. I thought it was my little brother Miguel playing around. "Miguel, I can see you hiding," I called out. No answer. I walked to the couch, but no one was there. Then I heard Miguel's voice from the backyard where he was playing with my sister. It couldn't have been him I saw. I brushed it off, thinking I was just tired from the drive. But later that evening, Mariana mentioned something that made my skin crawl. "Hey, Sophia, is there another family staying here that the landlady didn't tell us about?" she asked while we were making dinner. "No, why?" "I keep seeing this kid, like, out of the corner of my eye. A little boy. I thought maybe he belongs to someone else staying here." My stomach dropped. "I saw him too, in the living room earlier." We both laughed it off, joking about having an imaginary friend for the week. But I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. The next day was fine. We went to the beach, ate at a local restaurant, took a bunch of pictures. Normal vacation stuff. But that night I started feeling watched, like eyes were on me constantly. I tried to ignore it. By the 3rd night, the feeling had gotten so bad I couldn't sleep. I was sharing a room with my younger siblings while Mariana had the small room to herself. I tossed and turned for hours. It was around 11:30 at night when the physical symptoms started. My heart was racing. I felt nauseous, cold sweats. My whole body was telling me something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what. I grabbed my phone and called my boyfriend back home. The familiar sound of his voice calmed me a little. "You're just not used to the place yet," he said. "Try to get some sleep." After we hung up, I finally started drifting off. I was in that weird space between being awake and asleep when I heard it. The wailing. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before. Not quite human, but not animal either. A woman's voice, crying out in the most gut-wrenching sobs. At first it sounded far away, like it was coming from the beach or maybe even further. And that's when I remembered the stories my abuela used to tell me, La Llorona, the weeping woman who drowned her children and now wanders, looking for other children to take. Abuela always warned us, if you hear La Llorona's cries and they sound close, she's far away, but if they sound distant, she's right beside you. The wailing I heard was distant. I completely froze. My entire body went cold. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but lie there and listen as the wailing seemed to circle the house. My siblings were sound asleep in their beds across the room, completely oblivious. I started praying frantically in my head at first, and then whispering, "Al Padre nuestro que estás en los cielos." Every prayer I could remember from when my abuela would take me to church. Por favor, Virgencita, protégeme. The wailing got louder, like it was moving closer. I finally managed to sit up in bed, my entire body shaking. The room was dark, except for the small nightlight we'd brought for my younger siblings. I scanned the room. My brother and sister were still asleep, their chests rising and falling peacefully. There was a mirror on the wall opposite my bed. As I looked at it, trying to see if anything was in the room with us, I saw it. A shadow, standing next to my sister's bed. It wasn't clear, just a darker patch in an already dark room, but it was definitely the shape of a woman, tall, with long hair that seemed to float around her. I blinked, and it was gone. The wailing stopped too, all at once. The silence that followed was almost worse. I sat there frozen until the sun came up. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning I looked awful, dark circles under my eyes, pale skin. Everyone noticed at breakfast. Bad dreams? Mariana asked. I nodded, not wanting to freak out my siblings, but after they went outside to play, I told Mariana what happened. You heard her crying? She asked, her face serious. Yes. It started far away but got closer. Mariana went quiet for a moment, then asked, Did you hear her scream for her kids? I nodded slowly. She was saying, mis hijos, between the sobs. Mariana's face went pale. My mom says La Llorona only calls out for her children when she's around people she wants to take. It's like she's marked you. I tried to laugh it off, but the laugh came out all wrong. That's just a story to keep kids from wandering off at night. But Mariana wasn't joking. My cousin in Guadalajara heard her once. 3 months later, he nearly drowned in a swimming pool. The doctors said his heart stopped for almost 2 minutes. I didn't want to believe it. The rest of the day, I tried to act normal, but I couldn't shake this feeling of dread. That night, I made Mariana switch rooms with my siblings. I didn't want to be alone, and I didn't want whatever I saw near my sister's bed to come back. Nothing happened that night, or the next. We finished our vacation and went home, and I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination running wild. But then the health problems started. It began with headaches, not normal ones, but migraines so bad I'd throw up from the pain. Then my blood pressure started acting weird. Super high one day, too low the next. My joints started hurting, especially my knees and back, like I was 80 instead of 19. I went to doctor after doctor. They ran tests, gave me medications. Nothing helped. In fact, things kept getting worse. I started having these moments where I couldn't catch my breath, like someone was sitting on my chest. The doctors called it anxiety attacks, but the meds they gave me for that didn't work either. 2 months after Mexico, I started seeing the little boy again. Not in Mexico now, but in my own house. Just glimpses, like before, darting around corners, standing at the end of hallways. Always gone when I looked directly. 4 months after Mexico, I woke up one night to find my sheets soaking wet. At first, I thought I'd somehow wet the bed, but the liquid was everywhere, even in my hair, and it smelled like lake water, stagnant, muddy. By the time I turned on the light, the sheets were completely dry. No evidence anything had happened. 6 months after, the whispering started, only at night, only when I'm alone. A woman's voice, too quiet to make out the words, but I know she's calling to me, calling me to follow her. My parents think I'm depressed or making it up for attention. The doctors think it's some kind of autoimmune disease they haven't pinpointed yet. My boyfriend tries to be supportive, but I can tell he thinks I'm losing it. But Mariana believes me. She sent me a package last month, herbs and special candles from a curandera in her town. The note said to burn them every night for protection. I've been doing it, and it seems to help a little. The whispering isn't as frequent, at least. But last night, I woke up gasping for air, feeling like I was drowning. When I managed to turn on the light and look in the mirror, my hair was dripping wet. As I stared at my reflection, terrified, I saw her behind me, just for a second. A woman in a white dress, her face hidden behind her long dark hair. When I spun around, my room was empty. I don't know what to do anymore. The doctors can't explain what's happening to my body. The medications aren't working. I'm getting weaker each day. I know what Mariana would say, that La Llorona marked me that night, and she's slowly draining my life away. That maybe she wants to take me to replace one of her lost children. I don't want to believe that. I want there to be a rational explanation. But 8 months of tests and doctors and medications with no answers. I'm starting to think maybe the old stories are true. Maybe some things in this world can't be explained by science. Maybe La Llorona is real, and for whatever reason, she chose me that night. And if that's true, I don't know how much longer I have. Story 2. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night. It's been 3 months, and I haven't slept properly since. I'm writing this partly to get it off my chest, and partly because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I grew up in a small village in rural England, about 20 minutes from what the locals call No Joke Wood. The wood sits on top of Hangman's Hill. Yeah, real inviting name, I know. My dad always had this saying when I was growing up, "You don't joke about No Joke Wood." I never really understood why he was so serious about it. It was just some creepy forest with a bad reputation, right? The hill got its name from the gallows that used to stand at the entrance to the woods back in the 1700s. According to local history, they'd hang criminals there as a warning to others. During World War II, a plane crashed in the woods, killing everyone on board. There have also been several suicides there over the years. The place has this heavy, oppressive feeling even on the brightest days. I'm 29 now, and despite growing up so close, I'd never actually been inside No Joke Wood at night. I'd walked the outer paths during the day a few times, but something about the place always made me uneasy. The trees seemed to grow too close together, blocking out more light than they should. The undergrowth is unnaturally thick in some places and completely bare in others. Even the wildlife seems different there. Fewer birds singing, more silence than you'd expect in a woodland. Last June, some friends from university came to visit for the weekend. Archie, Ellie and Mark hadn't seen me since graduation, and they were excited to catch up. On their second night, after a few beers at the local pub, Mark brought up No Joke Wood. He'd seen something about it online. Apparently, it had become something of a destination for paranormal enthusiasts. "We should check it out," he said, grinning like it was the best idea ever. Archie immediately agreed. "Yeah, let's do it. I brought my new torch. It's super powerful." Ellie looked unsure but nodded anyway. Could be fun, I guess. I felt my stomach knot up. "Guys, it's not a good idea. My dad always said." "You don't joke about No Joke Wood," Mark finished, mimicking my earlier telling of my father's warning. "Come on, mate, we're not joking about it. We just want to see it." I tried to explain that it wasn't safe at night, that people got lost there, that it just wasn't worth the risk. But they kept pressing, and eventually I gave in. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that my dad's warnings were just superstition, that nothing bad would actually happen. God, I wish I'd listened to him. It was about 10:30 when we parked my car at the base of Hangman's Hill. The night was clear, with a 3/4 moon providing some light, but the woods ahead looked like a wall of darkness. We hadn't brought proper torches, just our phone flashlights, which now seemed pathetically inadequate. A light breeze rustled the leaves, creating whispers that seemed to warn us away. "It's about a 15-minute walk to the center," I explained, trying to sound casual. "There's a clearing there where we can stop for a bit, then head back." We started up the path, Archie and I in front, Ellie and Mark following behind. The entrance to the woods was marked by 2 ancient oak trees that seemed to lean toward each other, forming a sort of natural archway. As we passed between them, I felt a cold shiver run down my spine, like I'd crossed some invisible boundary. The first few minutes were uneventful. The path was well worn and easy to follow. Our phone lights carved narrow tunnels through the darkness, illuminating patches of undergrowth and tree trunks. The usual nighttime forest sounds surrounded us. The rustle of leaves, the occasional crack of a twig, distant hoots of owls. About 5 minutes in, I noticed the birds. At first, it was just a few caws, nothing unusual for a woodland at night, but gradually the calls grew louder and more frequent. It wasn't just one type of bird either. There were crows, owls, and others I couldn't identify, all calling at once. "Is it normal for birds to be this active at night?" Ellie asked, her voice slightly higher than usual. I shook my head. "Not really, no." The bird calls continued to increase in volume and frequency until they reached a kind of frenzied crescendo. It was like they were warning each other, or warning us. The sound was so loud it drowned out our conversation. We had to lean in close to hear each other. "Maybe we should head back," Mark suggested, no longer sounding so enthusiastic. "We're almost at the clearing," I said, trying to sound calm. "Let's just get there, take a quick look around, and then go back." As we approached the clearing, the bird calls became almost deafening. It was as if every bird in the forest was screaming at once. We stepped into the open space, a roughly circular area about 30 feet across. The trees surrounding it seemed taller and older than the rest, their branches creating a canopy overhead that blocked out most of the moonlight. That's when I felt it. A strange energy coming from the northwest corner of the clearing. It wasn't something I could see or hear. It was more like a pressure, a presence that made the hair on my arms stand up. I turned to look in that direction, but could see nothing beyond the tree line. "Do you feel that?" Ellie whispered, her eyes wide. I nodded, surprised that she'd sensed it too. Archie and Mark looked confused. "Feel what?" Archie asked. "There's something..." I started but couldn't find the words to describe it. "Something over there." Mark laughed nervously. "You're creeping me out, mate." "I think we should go," Ellie said firmly. "Now." No one argued. We turned and started walking back the way we'd come, moving a bit faster than before. The bird calls continued unabated, creating a wall of sound that was almost physical in its intensity. We'd been walking for maybe 2 minutes when I heard it. A thud, like someone wearing a large boot had tried to kick a tree stump. Then a dragging sound, like a foot being pulled across wood. It came from directly behind us, and despite the cacophony of birds, it was perfectly audible. I glanced at Archie, who was walking beside me. His face had gone pale. He'd heard it too. "Did you..." I began. "Yeah," he cut me off. "Keep walking." The sounds came again, closer this time. Thud, drag, thud, drag. It was following us, whatever it was, and it was gaining. Ellie and Mark were a few steps ahead, seemingly unaware of the sounds. I wanted to call out to them, to warn them, but my throat had closed up with fear. The birds suddenly went silent, all of them at the same instant. The abrupt change was so jarring that my ears started ringing. In the new silence, the thudding and dragging sounds became even more distinct. Thud, drag, thud, drag. "Run!" I whispered to Archie, then louder to the others. "Run!" We took off down the path, our phone lights bouncing wildly, creating disorienting patterns of light and shadow. The thudding and dragging increased in pace, matching our speed. It was right behind us now, so close I could almost feel its breath on my neck. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to stretch and distort. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. The others were ahead of me now, their lights bobbing in the darkness. I could hear their ragged breathing, their feet pounding on the dirt path, and behind me, always behind me, the thud, drag, getting closer. I risked a glance over my shoulder, but saw nothing except darkness. Yet the sounds continued, impossibly close now. Thud, drag. We burst out of the woods and down the hill, not stopping until we reached my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely press the unlock button. We piled in, and I started the engine, reversing wildly before speeding away. No one spoke for several minutes. We were all trying to catch our breath, to process what had happened. Finally, Archie broke the silence. "Did you hear it?" he asked, his voice hoarse. I nodded, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. "Hear what?" Mark asked from the back seat. "The footsteps," Archie replied, behind us. "I didn't hear any footsteps," Ellie said, "but I felt something in that clearing, something watching us." Mark looked confused. "I didn't hear or feel anything, but those birds were freaky. I've never heard anything like it." We drove back in uneasy silence. My friends left the next morning, earlier than planned. We didn't talk much about what had happened, but I could see in their eyes that they were as shaken as I was. After they left, I started asking around town, trying to understand what we'd experienced. Most people just repeated the usual warnings about staying out of no-joke wood at night. But then I spoke to Gary, an older man who'd gone to school with my dad. "Your dad ever tell you about his experience in those woods?" Gary asked, nursing a pint at the local pub. I shook my head. "He just always warned me to stay away." Gary nodded slowly. "There's a reason for that. Back when we were in sixth form, a group of us took some acid and went up there. Stupid teenage stuff, you know? We were all having a good time until your dad started freaking out. Said he could hear a woman screaming in this weird sing-song voice. None of us heard it. We played the recordings back later. We'd been taping ourselves for laughs, and there was nothing there, just us talking and laughing." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Did anything else happen?" "Not that night. But a few years later, after your dad had joined the army, he was back home on leave. Decided to go jogging through no-joke wood one morning. Came back white as a sheet. Said he'd been running through the center when his vision started to narrow, like he was looking through a tunnel. And then he heard it again, that same woman screaming, but it was both far away and right in his ears at the same time." I swallowed hard. "Did he ever go back?" Gary shook his head. "Never, and he made me promise I wouldn't either. Said there's something in those woods, something that doesn't want people there. He called it the Guardian. It's been 3 months now, and I still wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I can hear that thud-drag sound outside my window. I've researched everything I can about No-Joke Wood and Hangman's Hill, the gallows, the plane crash, the suicides. They're all documented historical facts. But what about the Guardian? Is it the spirit of someone executed on those gallows centuries ago, a victim of the plane crash? Or something older, something that was there long before humans started building gallows and naming hills? I don't know. But I do know one thing for certain now. You don't joke about No-Joke Wood, and you definitely don't go there at night. Story 3. I've worked at Sunflower Cafe in Pinecrest for 7 years now. Started as a busboy my junior year of high school, worked through college, and eventually made it to manager last year. It's a cute little place. Yellow awnings, those farmhouse-style wooden tables, the whole 9 yards. Everyone in town knows us for our pancakes, and that homemade strawberry jam the owner's mother makes. Well, used to make. She's getting older now. I never believed in ghosts or any of that supernatural crap. Seriously, I was always the guy rolling my eyes when co-workers would talk about feeling something or hearing noises after closing. The building is old, pipes make noise, and people's imaginations run wild when they're alone in a dimly lit restaurant at 11 at night. That's what I always told myself, until 3 weeks ago. The owner's mother, Martha, went to Arizona to visit her sister for a month. She's 83, and she's been helping close the cafe since they opened 15 years ago. She doesn't do much these days, mostly just counts the register and makes sure all the lights are off, but she's always there. When she left, I was the only manager available to close every night. I should probably mention the backstory that everyone in town knows. About 5 years before I started working here, an older man, a regular customer named Gerald, had a massive heart attack in our bathroom. By the time the ambulance arrived, he was already gone. I've heard the story a million times from Martha, who was there when it happened. She says he loved our apple pie and came in every Thursday like clockwork. After he died, weird stuff started happening. Kitchen staff would find pots moved or clanking together when nobody was near them. The receipt printers would suddenly spit out blank receipts in the middle of the day. Toilets would flush in the empty bathroom. I always chalked it up to an old building with quirky plumbing and electrical issues. The owner kept meaning to renovate, but never got around to it. The first night I closed alone was a Tuesday. Nothing crazy busy, just our usual dinner crowd, with the last customers leaving around 9:30. I did the normal routine, counted the register, sent the cooks and busboys home, locked the back door behind them, and headed to the office to finish paperwork and the night deposit. Our office is this tiny room next to the dry storage area. It's barely big enough for a desk and filing cabinet, but it's where we keep the safe and do all the administrative stuff. There's this fluorescent light in there that's always on. I mean always. It's actually restaurant policy to never turn it off. Something about the ballast being finicky and expensive to replace if it goes out. In 7 years, I've never seen that light off, not once. So I'm walking to the office, my arms full of receipt books and the cash bag, and I notice it's completely dark down the hallway. The office light is off. I freeze for a second, thinking maybe the bulb finally died, but something in my gut just felt wrong. I'm the only one with keys to the office. Nobody else should have been in there. I set everything down on a nearby table and pulled out my phone for the flashlight. The hallway felt colder than usual. I remember the sound of my shoes on the tile floor seemed unnaturally loud in the empty restaurant. When I got to the office door, it was closed, but unlocked, exactly how I'd left it earlier. I pushed it open slowly and reached for the light switch. When I flipped it, the light came on immediately. No flickering, no issues. The switch had been physically turned off. I know I didn't do it. In 7 years, I've never touched that switch. I tried to shake it off, told myself maybe Martha had changed the policy before leaving and forgot to tell me. I finished the paperwork as quickly as possible, constantly looking over my shoulder at the open office door. The whole time, I had this feeling like someone was standing just outside my peripheral vision. Nothing else happened that night, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. The next day, I casually asked the morning manager if Martha had mentioned anything about turning off the office light. She looked at me like I was crazy and reminded me about the never touch the light switch rule. The following night was worse. I closed with Rick, our head chef. We were both in the kitchen, him wiping down the grill while I did inventory on the walk-in fridge. The main dining room was dark except for the security lights. All the exterior doors were locked. We were chatting about some new menu items when we both heard it. The distinct sound of the interior glass door between the dining room and the entrance foyer slamming shut. Not just closing, but slamming, hard enough that the little bell above it jingled. Rick and I just looked at each other. That door is behind another locked exterior door. There's no way a draft could have moved it like that. It has one of those hydraulic arms that makes it close slowly. For it to slam like that, someone would have had to physically pull it and let it go. "Did you hear that?" Rick asked, his face going pale. I nodded, and we both walked slowly to the dining room. The door was completely closed, even though we always prop it open with a doorstop during closing procedures. The doorstop was nowhere to be seen. "Maybe it fell?" Rick suggested, but we both knew that wasn't it. That doorstop is a heavy rubber wedge that doesn't just fall out of place. We finished closing in record time that night. Rick tried to joke about it, saying Gerald must be restless tonight, but I could tell he was freaked out. I was too. The next few nights were quiet, but I started noticing small things. Salt and pepper shakers rearranged on tables I'd already reset. A coffee cup left in the middle of the floor when I know I'd cleared everything, the bathroom light turning on after I'd switched it off. Then came last Thursday night. I was alone again. The kitchen crew had left, and I was doing the final walkthrough before setting the alarm. I had this weird feeling all night, like someone was watching me. You know that prickly sensation on the back of your neck? It was that, but constant. I was in the dining room checking that all the chairs were up on the tables for the morning floor cleaning when every single receipt printer in the restaurant started printing simultaneously. There's one at the main register, one at the bar, and one in the kitchen, all three suddenly whirring and spitting out paper. My heart was pounding as I walked to the nearest one, the bar printer. The paper coming out was blank, just long strips of white thermal paper. I went to the kitchen printer. Same thing. The main register printer was doing the same, but as I got closer, I noticed something. The paper wasn't completely blank. There was a single line of text printed over and over. "Please turn off the light." My blood went cold. I'm not a superstitious person, but in that moment, I felt absolute terror. I ran to the office, grabbed my things, and got out of there as fast as I could. I didn't even finish the closing procedures. I just set the alarm and left. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about the office light that's never supposed to be turned off, and the message on the receipt. Was it asking me to turn off the office light, or some other light? And why? The next day, I asked the owner if I could change the closing schedule so I wouldn't have to be there alone. I didn't tell him why, just made up something about efficiency. He agreed, but he looked at me funny, like he knew I wasn't telling the whole truth. That night I had Jake, one of our busboys, stay until the very end. Everything was normal until we were about to leave. Jake was standing by the back door while I set the alarm. Suddenly he grabbed my arm. "Someone's in the bathroom," he whispered. I froze. We'd checked all the bathrooms. They were empty. "I heard the sink turn on," he continued, his eyes wide. I wanted to tell him he was imagining things, but then I heard it too, the unmistakable sound of water running, followed by the paper towel dispenser's mechanical whir. Jake looked at me, terrified. "I'm not going in there." "We have to," I said, though every instinct was screaming at me to just leave. "We can't set the alarm if someone's still inside." We walked slowly to the bathroom door. The sounds had stopped. I pushed the door open, flipped on the light switch, and found an empty bathroom. The sink was completely dry. The paper towel dispenser was full, undisturbed. But on the mirror, visible only because of the condensation that shouldn't have been there, was a handprint. A single, large handprint that was too big to be mine or Jake's. Jake saw it too. He backed away, shaking his head. "Nope, nope, I'm out." I quickly checked the stalls, found them empty, and we practically ran out of the restaurant. As we were leaving, the lights in the dining room, which I had turned off, suddenly came back on. We didn't go back to check. We just left. The next day, I arrived early and went straight to the office. The light was still on, as it should be. Everything seemed normal in the daylight, with the morning crew bustling around and customers coming in for breakfast. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was different. I decided to do some research during my break. I looked up Gerald, the man who died in our bathroom. It wasn't hard to find his obituary online. Gerald Williams, 76, former electrician, died of a heart attack on October 12, 2008. Former electrician. The words jumped out at me. That night, I asked our oldest server, Doris, if she remembered Gerald. "Oh, of course," she said. "Sweet man. Always ordered the same thing. Turkey club and apple pie. Terrible what happened to him." "Was he really an electrician?" I asked. Doris nodded. "For 50 years. Used to joke about how he could fix our flickering lights better than any contractor the owner would hire. He was particular about lights, always commenting if one was too bright or left on unnecessarily." I felt a chill run through me. The office light, the one that's never supposed to be turned off. I've been having someone stay with me during closing every night since then. The weird occurrences have died down, but I still feel watched whenever I walk past the office or the bathrooms. Yesterday, I finally worked up the courage to ask the owner why we never turn off the office light. "Oh, that old thing?" he said. "The switch was faulty when we first opened. Gerald, you know, the regular who passed away in the bathroom, he looked at it once and said the switch was wired wrong. Could cause a fire if it was turned on and off too much. He offered to fix it properly. But then, well..." I didn't tell him about the receipt printer message or the light being turned off that night. I just nodded and changed the subject. But tonight I'm closing alone again. Everyone else had plans they couldn't change. I keep telling myself it's just an old building making noises, that the electrical system is faulty, that my imagination is running wild. But I've decided I'm going to try something. When I finish everything else, right before I leave, I'm going to go into the office and turn off that light. Maybe that's all Gerald wants, for someone to finally fix his unfinished business, or maybe I'm losing my mind. Either way, I'll never close the Sunflower Cafe alone again after tonight. Some things you just can't explain, and I'm not sure I want an explanation anymore. Story 4. I still can't wrap my head around what happened that day. It's been 6 years now, but every detail is still crystal clear in my mind. I've never talked about this outside my family before, but I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I was 14 at the time, and my sister Ellie was 16. Our mum had passed away just a few months earlier, January of that year. She'd fallen down our basement stairs in the middle of the night. By the time Dad found her in the morning, she was already gone. The doctors said it was instant that she didn't suffer, but that didn't make it any easier. That summer, it was early June, Dad had started working longer hours to cope with everything. He'd leave before we woke up and wouldn't get home until after dinner. I think being in the house was too painful for him, with all the memories of Mom. So it was usually just me and Ellie at home during the day. Our basement was fully finished. Mom had converted it into this cozy space with a TV, a couple of couches, and an old bed against the back wall. That's where Ellie and I spent most of our time that summer. It was cooler down there, and somehow being in the basement felt like we were closer to Mom, even though it was also where we lost her. On this particular day, it was insanely hot outside. One of those muggy summer days where the air feels like soup. We'd been downstairs most of the afternoon watching some dumb reality show. I remember it was around 4 in the afternoon because I was getting hungry and thinking about what we could make for dinner. Ellie was sitting on the bed with her back against the wall, scrolling through her phone, and I was stretched out beside her, half watching TV. The basement door was about 5 meters away from us, at the top of a short staircase, 7 steps. I've counted them 1,000,000 times since then. I happened to be looking toward the doorway when it happened. At first, I thought something was wrong with my eyes. There was this tiny point of light, like a spark, hovering in mid-air next to the doorframe, right about where the light switch was. But it wasn't connected to anything. It was just floating there. Before I could even say anything to Ellie, it started growing. It stretched vertically, like someone was pulling it from both ends. Within seconds, it had formed this vertical line of the brightest white light I've ever seen. It wasn't like normal light, though. It was almost solid-looking, and it had these faint blue edges that seemed to pulse. Then it expanded outward until it formed this oval shape that went from the floor all the way to the ceiling. It must have been about 1 meter wide at its widest point. The light was so intense I should have had to shield my eyes, but somehow it didn't hurt to look at it. It was just there. And the sound. God, the sound. It started as this high-pitched whine, almost at the edge of what I could hear. Then it got louder and higher until it felt like it was vibrating inside my skull. It wasn't exactly painful, but it made all the hairs on my arms stand up. The weirdest part was that I could feel a change in the air pressure, like when you're in an airplane that's taking off. My ears popped, and I felt this strange pulling sensation, as if the air itself was being drawn toward this light. I don't know how long it lasted. Maybe 10 seconds, maybe 30. Time felt distorted. But then, as suddenly as it appeared, it collapsed in on itself and vanished. 1 second it was there, this brilliant vertical oval of light, and the next, nothing. Just our normal basement doorway. For a few seconds I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. Then Ellie grabbed my arm so hard it left marks. "Did you see that?" she whispered. Her face was completely white, and her hand was shaking. "Please tell me you saw that too." I nodded, still staring at the spot where the light had been. What the hell was that? We sat there for another minute, both of us frozen in place. Then, because I've always been the impulsive one, I got up to investigate. Ellie tried to grab my arm to stop me, but I shook her off. "Are you crazy?" she hissed. "Don't go over there." "I just want to see if there's anything there," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. As I approached the doorway, I kept expecting something to happen, for the light to reappear, or for something to come through it. But there was nothing. The doorway looked exactly the same as it always had. The light switch was normal. There were no scorch marks, no strange residue, nothing to indicate that anything unusual had happened there. I even put my hand where the light had been, half expecting to feel something. Heat, cold, electricity, something. But the air felt normal. I checked all the electrical outlets nearby, looked for any equipment that could have caused some kind of projection or light show, but there was nothing. When I turned back to Ellie, she was hugging her knees to her chest, staring at me with wide eyes. "What was it?" she asked. "I don't know," I admitted, "but it's gone now." We debated whether to tell Dad about it when he got home. But what would we say? That we saw a portal open up in our basement? It sounded insane, even to us, and we'd both seen it. In the end, we didn't tell him that night or the next day, or ever actually. But we couldn't stop thinking about it, especially because of where it happened. That doorway, those stairs, that's where Mom died. She fell from that exact spot, and now, just a few months later, this inexplicable light appears in the same place. It felt connected somehow, though I couldn't explain why. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what we'd seen. Was it some kind of portal, a tear in reality? And if it was a portal, where did it lead? The questions kept spinning in my head until the sun came up. Over the next few weeks, Ellie and I spent hours researching online, trying to find any scientific explanation for what we'd witnessed. Ball lightning was the closest thing we could find, but from what I read, ball lightning doesn't form perfect oval shapes or stretch from floor to ceiling. We looked into electrical phenomena, optical illusions, even paranormal explanations. Nothing matched what we'd seen. We found some accounts of people seeing strange lights, but nothing that described the vertical oval or that bizarre sound. For a while we were obsessed with trying to make it happen again. We'd sit in the basement for hours, staring at that doorway, hoping the light would reappear. We tried at different times of day, in different weather conditions. We even tried calling out to Mom, thinking maybe she was trying to communicate with us somehow. But nothing happened. The portal, or whatever it was, never appeared again. About a month after the incident, I was alone in the basement one afternoon. Ellie was at a friend's house and Dad was at work. I was just watching TV, not even thinking about the light, when I felt this overwhelming sensation that I wasn't alone. It wasn't scary exactly. I didn't feel threatened, but I was absolutely certain that someone was there with me. I turned off the TV and just sat there listening. There were no unusual sounds, no visible presence, but the feeling persisted. And then, very faintly, I caught a whiff of Mom's perfume, this distinctive jasmine scent she always wore. It lasted just a few seconds, and then it was gone, along with the feeling of a presence. I never told Ellie about that. Somehow it felt too personal, too private. But I've always wondered if it was connected to what we saw. Was Mom trying to reach us through that portal? Was it some kind of doorway to wherever she is now? 6 years have passed, and I'm in college now. Ellie's graduated and moved to another state. Dad sold the house last year. It was too big for just him after both of us moved out. I haven't been back to that basement since I left for college, and sometimes I wonder if the new owners have experienced anything strange. Ellie and I still talk about it sometimes when we're alone. We've never wavered in what we saw. It wasn't a hallucination. We both experienced the exact same thing. It wasn't a trick of the light or our grief playing tricks on us. It was real. Something impossible happened in our basement that day. I've spent years trying to make sense of it. Was it a glimpse into another dimension, a momentary thinning of the veil between worlds, or was it something specifically connected to our mom, some kind of energy left behind by her sudden passing? I don't have answers, and I've mostly accepted that I probably never will, but I can't help wondering if that portal opened somewhere else too. If, on the other side, someone else was looking through at us, just as confused and awestruck as we were. Sometimes I dream about it. In my dreams, I'm always moving toward the light, reaching out to touch it, and just before my fingers make contact, I always wake up with my heart racing and that same high-pitched sound echoing in my ears. If anyone has seen something similar or has any idea what this could have been, please let me know. Most people would probably think I'm crazy, but I know what I saw. That day changed how I see the world. It showed me that reality is stranger and more mysterious than we can imagine, and sometimes, just sometimes, the impossible happens right before our eyes. Story 5. I still get chills talking about this, even though it happened 3 years ago when I was 13. My family and I had planned a summer vacation to Morocco to visit relatives. My parents immigrated to the US before I was born, but most of our extended family still lives in Fez, including my grandmother. Originally, we were going to rent an apartment close to the city center, but plans changed when my grandmother insisted we stay at her house. My grandmother has lived in the same home for over 70 years. It's this beautiful old Moroccan house with mosaic tiles, arched doorways, and a central courtyard with a small fountain. I used to love visiting when I was younger, but I always felt something was off about the place. When my mom told us we'd be staying there instead of the rental, my older cousin Layla called. She started warning me about strange things that happened in the house, how she'd heard faint voices whispering when no one was around, footsteps in empty hallways, doors that would open and close on their own. My mom overheard our conversation and took the phone from me, telling Layla to stop trying to scare us with ghost stories. I remember my mom saying, "You're 16 now, stop with these childish tales." But the look on her face made me wonder if she knew something she wasn't telling us. We arrived in Morocco in mid-July. The heat was unbearable, between 30 and 40 degrees Celsius every day. The house had no air conditioning, just ceiling fans that pushed the hot air around. My grandmother's house has 3 stories with a flat roof on top, which is common in Moroccan architecture. During extreme heat, many families in Morocco sleep on their roofs to catch any hint of a breeze. After 4 days of sweating through the nights in our rooms, my dad suggested we sleep on the roof. My mom was hesitant at first, but eventually agreed it would be cooler. So that night, we dragged mattresses up the narrow staircase to the roof. My parents set up their mattress on one side, while my 9-year-old brother Karim, 11-year-old sister Layla and I arranged ours on the other. The roof had waist-high walls around the edges and a small storage room that housed the door to the stairwell. The night sky was incredible. I'd never seen so many stars. Despite being in the middle of the city, the view from the roof felt isolated, like we were floating on our own little island above the world. We laid down around 10 o'clock. My parents fell asleep almost immediately, exhausted from the day's activities. Karim and Layla weren't far behind. I stayed awake longer, scrolling through my phone until the battery died around 11:30. I remember checking the time and feeling annoyed that I'd forgotten to charge it. The night was unusually quiet. In the distance, I could hear the occasional car horn or voices from other rooftops. But our immediate surroundings were silent. No wind, no sounds from the house below. Just stillness. I must have fallen asleep eventually because the next thing I remember is waking up to someone calling my name. Not loudly, just a soft whisper that somehow cut through the silence. Amina. At first, I thought it was my mom checking if I was still awake. I lifted my head and looked over at my parents, but they were both fast asleep. My siblings hadn't moved either. Amina! This time I sat up completely. The voice seemed to be coming from the stairwell door. It was a girl's voice around my age, speaking just above a whisper. I checked my phone out of habit, forgetting it was dead. The moonlight was bright enough that I could see clearly across the roof. No one was there except my family. I got up quietly, careful not to wake anyone. The concrete floor was still warm under my bare feet as I walked toward the stairwell door. It was slightly ajar, which was strange because I distinctly remembered my dad closing it to keep bugs out. "Hello," I called softly, not wanting to wake my family. "Who's there?" No answer. I pushed the door open wider. The stairwell was dark, the kind of absolute darkness that makes you feel like you're staring into an abyss. We had left a light on downstairs, but it wasn't visible from up here. "Hello," I called again, a little louder this time. Still nothing. Something made me step inside the stairwell. Maybe curiosity, maybe the heat had made me delirious. I don't know. I took a few steps down until I reached the small landing where the stairs turned. I leaned over the railing and looked down. That's when I saw her. Standing at the bottom of the staircase was a girl around my age, maybe 12, wearing a white dress that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. Her long black hair hung loose around her shoulders. She was looking up at me, but something was wrong with the way she stood. Her head was tilted at an angle that wasn't natural, too far to the right, like her neck was broken. I froze. Every instinct told me to run back to my family, but I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. The girl's eyes were fixed on mine, unblinking and hollow. For what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds, we stared at each other, then slowly she turned away. Her movement was wrong somehow, jerky and stiff. She walked down the hallway toward my grandmother's room, her white dress floating behind her. I watched until she disappeared into the darkness. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I backed up the stairs, nearly falling in my hurry to get back to the roof. I didn't turn around until I was outside again, the door firmly closed behind me. Everyone was still asleep. The night was still quiet. For a moment I wondered if I had dreamed the whole thing, if the heat had caused some kind of hallucination, but the terror I felt was too real. I went back to my mattress and pulled the thin sheet over my head like a child, as if that could protect me from whatever I had just seen. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Every sound made me flinch. The distant call of early morning prayers, the first birds, my dad snoring. I kept expecting to hear my name again, or for the door to slowly open. When the sky finally began to lighten around 5 in the morning, I felt a wave of relief so powerful I almost cried. I pretended to be asleep when my parents woke up, not wanting to talk about what happened. How could I explain what I saw without sounding crazy? At breakfast I was quiet. My grandmother noticed and asked if I'd slept well. I lied and said yes, but she gave me a strange look. Later, when we were alone in the kitchen, she asked me directly if I had seen or heard anything unusual during the night. The question caught me off guard. "Why would you ask that?" She sighed and sat down across from me. "This house has stories, Amina. I've lived here long enough to know them all." I hesitated, then told her everything. The voice, the girl on the stairs, the unnatural angle of her head. I expected her to dismiss it, to tell me it was just a dream like my mother would have. Instead, she nodded slowly, her eyes sad. "Her name was Nadia," my grandmother said. "She lived in this house with her family about 40 years ago, before I bought it. She was 12 years old." I felt a chill despite the heat of the day. What happened to her? My grandmother looked toward the stairs. Life was difficult for her. Her father was not a kind man. One night, after a particularly bad argument, she climbed to the roof and jumped. The blood drained from my face. "She killed herself? From the same roof where we slept?" My grandmother nodded. "The family moved away after that. No one wanted to live here for years until I bought it at a very low price. Sometimes I hear her calling out. Sometimes she appears on the stairs, looking for someone to understand her pain. "Why didn't you warn us?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Would you have believed me? Would your parents?" She reached across the table and took my hand. Some things must be experienced to be believed. We didn't sleep on the roof again for the rest of our trip. I told my parents I was worried about bugs and preferred my room despite the heat. They thought I was being silly, but they didn't push it. I never told them what I saw. I've never told anyone except my grandmother, and now, writing this out anonymously, I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I know what I saw that night. Sometimes I wonder why she called my name specifically. Was it random, or did she see something in me? Something familiar? We've been back to Morocco twice since then, but we've stayed in hotels. My grandmother still lives in that house, unbothered by her spectral roommate. When I asked her how she can stay there knowing what she knows, she just smiled and said, "Nadia is just a lonely child. We all have our ghosts, Amina. Some are just more visible than others." I still have nightmares about that face looking up at me from the bottom of the stairs, that unnatural angle of her neck, those empty eyes. But what haunts me most is the thought that keeps returning. What if I had followed her? What would she have shown me? Where was she trying to lead me? Some nights I wake up in a cold sweat, certain I hear someone softly calling my name, and for a brief, terrifying moment I'm 13 again, standing on those stairs, looking down into darkness. Story 6. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family and one close friend. Even writing it now makes my hands shake. I don't know what I encountered in those woods, but whatever it wasn't natural. And the fact that it happened 3 separate times, almost exactly a year apart each time, makes it even more unsettling. I grew up in rural northern New Hampshire, about 40 minutes from the nearest real town. Our house was surrounded by dense forest, the kind that feels alive and watching, especially at night. As a kid, I spent most of my time outdoors. The woods were my playground, and I knew every trail, every stream, and every clearing within a 2-mile radius of our property, or at least I thought I did. The first incident happened in April 2009 when I was 15. My cousin Jake and I had built this teepee-style fort deep in the woods the previous summer. It was about a mile from my house, using fallen branches and some old tarps we'd found in my dad's shed. We were pretty proud of it. It was tall enough for us to stand up inside and had a small fire pit in the center, though my parents never knew about that part. That day, I decided to hike out to the teepee alone. Jake wasn't visiting, and I was bored. It was late afternoon, probably around 4 o'clock, and the sun was already starting to sink behind the trees. Spring hadn't fully arrived yet. There were still patches of dirty snow in the shadier parts of the forest, and the air had that damp, earthy smell that comes with the thaw. I reached the teepee and was happy to see it had survived the winter pretty well. Some of the branches had shifted, and there was a small tear in one of the tarps, but nothing major. I crawled inside and sat down, just enjoying the quiet. I remember thinking about reinforcing the structure, maybe adding some more branches to the frame. That's when I heard it. A heavy, deliberate footstep outside. Then another. Something large was circling the teepee. At first, I figured it was a deer. We had plenty of them in the area, and they were usually curious about human structures. But then, I heard this deep guttural grunt that sent ice through my veins. It wasn't a deer sound, it wasn't a bear sound either, and those were the only large animals I could think of that might be around. I froze, not even daring to breathe. Whatever was out there took another step, and I could feel the ground vibrate slightly. Then something hit the side of the teepee, hard. It wasn't a brush or bump. Something had been thrown at the structure, a rock or a heavy stick. Then another one hit. And another. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I was trapped inside this flimsy shelter made of sticks while something outside was deliberately throwing things at it. I couldn't see out. The tarps blocked any view, and I was too terrified to move the material to look. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two, I managed to pull my cell phone from my pocket. I had a terrible signal, just one bar flickering in and out, but I frantically dialed my dad. When he answered, I whispered as quietly as I could, telling him where I was and that something was outside. "It's probably just a moose," he said, trying to sound calm, but I could hear the concern in his voice. "Stay put, I'm coming to get you." While I waited, the thing outside continued to circle and throw objects at the teepee. At one point, it pushed against the side so hard that one of the support branches cracked. I was sure the whole thing was going to collapse on top of me. I curled into a ball, making myself as small as possible, and tried not to cry. I don't know how much time passed before I heard my dad calling my name. The creature had gone silent maybe 10 minutes earlier, but I'd been too scared to leave the teepee. When I heard my dad's voice, I practically dove out of the opening and ran to him. He had brought his shotgun and our dog, Rex, who was sniffing around nervously. My dad examined the area around the teepee while I stood there shaking. There were several rocks scattered around that I didn't remember being there before, and some of the ground was torn up, like something heavy had been pacing. "Probably a young bull moose," my dad said, but he didn't sound convinced. "They can be territorial in spring." It wasn't until later that night, lying in bed, that the obvious occurred to me. Moose don't throw rocks. I avoided the teepee after that. Jake asked about going back there when he visited that summer, but I made excuses. I didn't tell him what had happened. I was still trying to convince myself it had just been a moose, despite knowing better. Almost exactly a year later, in April 2010, the second incident occurred. I was 16 by then, and had mostly pushed the teepee experience to the back of my mind. It was around midnight, and I was in our backyard with my pet rabbit, Dusty. I sometimes brought him outside at night in a small portable pen so he could hop around on the real grass. My parents had gone to bed, but I was still up, sitting on our porch steps watching Dusty while scrolling through my phone. It was a clear night with a half moon, just bright enough that I could see the outline of the woods about 30 yards from our house. I had this sudden feeling of being watched. You know that prickly sensation on the back of your neck? I looked up and scanned the tree line. At first, I didn't see anything, but then movement caught my eye up on the wooded hill that rose behind our property. Two green eyes were staring at me from the darkness between the trees. Not the yellow-green reflection you might see from a coyote or a raccoon when light hits them. These were actually glowing, a deep emerald green, with no light source to reflect. The eyes were about 30 yards away and higher up than a person would be, maybe 7 feet off the ground. As I stared, unable to look away, I could make out a vague shape shifting slightly. The movement wasn't natural. It was methodical, almost mechanical, and the blinking was all wrong, too slow, like heavy eyelids deliberately closing and opening. It was studying me. I don't know how else to describe it. There was an intelligence behind those eyes that felt ancient and calculating. I remember my breath catching in my throat. Dusty had gone completely still in his pen, pressed flat against the ground. Animals know when something's wrong. Somehow, I had the presence of mind to raise my flip phone and take a couple of pictures. The flash wouldn't reach that far, but I thought maybe I'd capture something. Then I quickly gathered Dusty and his pen and backed into the house, locking the door behind me. I spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. In the morning, I checked my phone to look at the photos, but they weren't there. Not in my saved photos, not in my deleted folder. Just gone. I hadn't imagined taking them. I distinctly remember pressing the button and seeing the screen light up briefly, but the images had vanished. I told my parents about seeing weird eyes in the woods, but I downplayed it, suggesting it was probably just a deer or something. My dad walked the property line that day, but found nothing unusual. The third and most terrifying incident happened in April 2011. I was 17 and had started to think maybe I'd imagined or exaggerated the previous experiences. I still avoided going deep into the woods alone, but I'd convinced myself that I'd probably just seen normal forest animals and let my imagination run wild. My friend Chris was staying over that night. We'd been playing video games and decided to walk to the convenience store about 2 miles down the road for snacks. It was around 11 at night when we headed out. The road to the store was rural and completely unlit. Houses were few and far between, with dense forest on both sides for most of the way. We had flashlights, but we weren't really using them because our eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and the stars provided enough light to see the road. About halfway there, the road passed by an open field on the right side. It was an old hayfield that nobody farmed anymore, with the forest continuing on the left side of the road. As we approached this clearing, I noticed something odd. The night had gone completely silent. No crickets, no frogs from the nearby creek. Nothing. Chris noticed it too. "Kinda quiet, huh?" he said, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. That's when I saw them. In the field, maybe 50 yards from the road, dozens of tall, thin shapes were standing motionless. And they all had the same glowing green eyes I'd seen the year before. I grabbed Chris's arm and pointed. He stopped walking and whispered, "What the fuck are those?" The creatures, and I don't know what else to call them, were arranged in no particular pattern across the field. They stood about 7 feet tall, their bodies barely visible in the darkness, just vague, shadowy forms. But their eyes were unmistakable, that same unnatural green glow. As we watched, frozen in place, they began to move, not toward us, thank God, but in the strangest way, swaying left and right, some of them ducking up and down, but always facing us. It was like they were performing some bizarre ritual or dance. None made a sound. They just watched and moved. "Let's keep walking," I whispered to Chris. "Don't run." We continued down the road, our pace slightly faster but not quite running. I was terrified that any sudden movement might trigger them to come after us. As we passed the field, I could feel dozens of those green eyes tracking our movement. The creatures stayed where they were, continuing their eerie swaying, but their heads turned in unison to follow us. We walked in complete silence until we were well past the field and back between the woods on both sides of the road. Then Chris said, "Did you see how they moved? That wasn't right." We made it to the store, which thankfully was still open. The fluorescent lights and the bored cashier listening to the radio were the most comforting things I'd ever seen. We bought our snacks in a daze and debated calling someone for a ride home, but we were too embarrassed to explain why. The walk back was the longest of my life. We took a different route, adding almost a mile to our journey just to avoid passing that field again. Neither of us mentioned what we'd seen until we were safely back in my house with the doors locked. "What were those things?" Chris finally asked as we sat in my living room, snacks untouched. "I don't know," I admitted. Then I told him about my previous encounters. We stayed up all night, too wired and scared to sleep. In the morning, in the safety of daylight, we convinced ourselves that maybe we'd seen a herd of deer with some weird eye reflection, but we both knew that wasn't true. Deer don't stand 7 feet tall. They don't sway in place like that, and they certainly don't watch you with that kind of focused intelligence. Chris and I rarely talked about that night afterward. A few months later, his family moved away, and we lost touch. I graduated high school the following year and left for college in another state, partly because I wanted to get far away from those woods. It's been over a decade now, but I can still point to exactly where each encounter happened on a map. I've never gone back to any of those spots. Whatever lives in those New England woods, it isn't human, and it isn't any known animal either. The strangest part is the timing. All 3 incidents happened in April, almost exactly a year apart. Was it coincidence Or was something waking up each spring? Something that took an interest in me specifically? I don't know, and I never want to find out. Story 7. I still get chills thinking about that night 6 years ago. I've tried to rationalize it countless times, but I can't explain what happened. I wasn't on drugs, wasn't drunk, and I don't have a history of hallucinations. I was just trying to survive. For context, I was homeless at that time. I'd lost my job after the factory closed, couldn't make rent, and eventually found myself living in a tent in the wooded area near Cliffside. Most homeless people avoided that place because of its reputation. The locals called it Suicide Point because of how many people had jumped from those cliffs over the years. There were also rumors about homeless people being murdered there, bodies washing up on the rocks below. But honestly, I preferred the isolation to the dangers of the shelter downtown. My camp was about half a mile from the cliff edge, nestled in a dense patch of trees and brush. I had a small 2-person tent, a sleeping bag, and some basic supplies. My only companion was my cat, Marmalade, an orange tabby I couldn't bear to give up when I lost my apartment. He was actually great at keeping mice away from my food stash and warning me when people approached. I'd been living there for about 4 months by the time this happened. It was mid-October and the nights were getting colder. I remember the date specifically, October 17th, because I'd marked it on my little pocket calendar as the day I needed to find warmer clothes before winter set in. That night, I went to sleep around 11. I remember checking my watch before turning off my battery-powered lantern. Marmalade was curled up at my feet, and despite the hard ground beneath me, I fell asleep pretty quickly. I was exhausted from spending the day collecting bottles and cans for recycling money. I woke up suddenly at what my watch said was 3:15 in the morning. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. Marmalade was sitting up, his ears perked and his body completely still, that alert posture cats get when they're listening intently. Then I heard it, singing. Faint, beautiful singing, maybe 100 feet away through the trees. It was a woman's voice, singing something that didn't sound like English. The melody was haunting, rising and falling in a way that made the hair on my arms stand up. I couldn't understand the words, but they sounded old, like something from centuries ago. The voice was crystal clear, despite the distance and the trees between us. I sat up slowly, trying not to make noise. My first thought was that it might be another homeless person who'd wandered into the area, maybe drunk or high, but the singing was too perfect, too controlled, and at 3 in the morning, in an area everyone avoided because of its reputation, it didn't make sense. Marmalade was tense beside me, his tail twitching slightly. I reached for my flashlight but didn't turn it on yet. The singing continued for maybe 30 more seconds, and then it just stopped, mid-phrase, like someone had hit a mute button. The silence that followed was worse than the singing. I could hear my own heartbeat, the distant sound of waves crashing far below the cliffs, and nothing else. No footsteps, no rustling of leaves, no twigs breaking, just silence. I reached under my pillow, where I kept a hunting knife for protection. Living rough, you learn to keep something for defense. I gripped it tightly, listening for any sound of movement outside. The terrain around my tent was rough, rocky in places, covered with thick underbrush and fallen branches in others. It was impossible to move through it silently, especially at night. I knew this from experience. Even walking carefully during the day, you'd snap twigs or rustle leaves. At night, without a light? Forget it. So when I heard nothing, absolutely nothing, following that singing, I figured whoever it was must have stopped moving and was just standing out there in the dark. I was debating whether to call out or stay quiet when it happened. A woman's voice, speaking barely inches from the thin fabric of my tent, said clearly, "Is he awake?" The voice was right there, as if someone was crouching just outside the tent wall by my head. I could almost feel the breath behind the words. I yelled. I couldn't help it. Something like, "What the fuck?" and scrambled backward, still clutching my knife. In one motion, I unzipped the tent flap and lunged outside, knife raised defensively. There was no one there. The small clearing where my tent sat was empty. Marmalade had bolted past me and was now arching his back at the edge of the clearing, hissing at nothing I could see. I spun around, sweeping the area with my now activated flashlight. Nothing. No movement in the underbrush, no footprints in the patches of soft dirt, no disturbance in the natural layout of fallen leaves and twigs that surrounded my campsite. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Who's there?" No answer. Just the distant ocean and the slight rustle of leaves in the breeze. I circled my entire campsite 3 times with the flashlight, checking every possible hiding spot within 30 feet. Nothing. I even checked up in the trees, thinking somehow someone could have climbed up, though that would have been impossible to do silently, especially in the dark. The woman's voice had been so close that if someone had actually been there, I would have bumped into them when I exited the tent. There's no way they could have disappeared in the second it took me to unzip the flap and step outside. It was physically impossible. I stood outside for maybe 20 minutes, scanning the darkness, knife in one hand, flashlight in the other. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The rational part of my brain was cycling through explanations. Maybe it was someone throwing their voice. Maybe it was sound carrying strangely from somewhere else in the woods. Maybe I'd been half asleep and dreamed it. But I knew I hadn't dreamed it. Marmalade had heard it too. He was still on edge, staying close to my legs, but staring out into the darkness with his pupils fully dilated. Eventually, I sat down on a rock near my tent and lit a cigarette with shaking hands. I only smoked when I was stressed, and I was definitely stressed. The flame from my lighter momentarily blinded me to the darkness beyond, creating a small circle of visibility and warmth. As I sat there smoking, trying to calm down, I kept replaying the voice in my head. Is he awake? Like they were checking on me, like they were waiting for something. The question implied there was more than one of them, someone singing and someone else asking about me. But there had been no one there, no footprints, no disturbance in the natural debris on the forest floor, no sound of retreat. After finishing my cigarette, I reluctantly went back into my tent. There was nowhere else for me to go in the middle of the night, and it was getting colder by the minute. Marmalade followed me in, but he didn't settle back to sleep. He stayed alert, watching the tent entrance. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I lay there with my knife in hand, listening to every tiny sound outside. The normal forest noises, an owl hooting, small animals moving through underbrush, now seemed sinister. Every rustle made me tense up. When dawn finally came, I packed up my essential belongings and moved my campsite. I found a spot about a quarter-mile away, closer to the road, but still hidden enough that police wouldn't hassle me for camping illegally. I told myself I was being rational. If there were people prowling around my old site, it made sense to move, but I knew it wasn't people. At least, not living people that follow the normal rules of physics and sound. I stayed in that general area for another 2 months before I managed to get into a transitional housing program. During those 2 months, I experienced other smaller, unexplainable things, but nothing as direct and terrifying as that voice right outside my tent. There were nights when I'd hear that same singing, but always distant, always stopped when I tried to locate it. Sometimes I'd wake up to find small arrangements of stones or twigs near my tent that I definitely hadn't left there. Once, all the food in my backpack was rearranged, not taken, just organized differently than I'd left it. And always, these things happened after sunset, never during daylight hours. The strangest thing was that Marmalade seemed to sense when something was about to happen. He'd get very still, very alert, always focused in a particular direction. Sometimes he'd hiss at empty air or refuse to enter the tent, even when it was cold outside. I've been off the streets for 6 years now. I have a small apartment, a steady job at a warehouse, and Marmalade is still with me, old and lazy now. But I've never forgotten that night, and I've never been able to explain it. I've researched the history of Cliffside more thoroughly since then. The area where I was camping has a longer history of disappearances than I initially knew. Native American legends speak of a thin place there, where the barrier between worlds isn't as solid. Early settlers recorded strange sounds and missing persons. Even in recent decades, the suicide rate at those cliffs is higher than can be explained by the geography alone. I don't know what spoke to me that night. I don't know what language was being sung in the darkness, but I know what I heard, and I know that whatever it was, it broke the rules of physical reality as I understand them. Whatever it was checking on me, watching me sleep. And sometimes, especially on October nights when the wind sounds a certain way, I still wonder, what would have happened if I had still been asleep when that voice asked, "Is he awake?" Story 8. I still don't know how to explain what happened that night in Arizona. It's been 3 months, and I still wake up in cold sweats, thinking I hear scratching at my window. I've lived in rural Arizona my whole life. People always talk about the weird stuff that happens out here, the lights in the sky, the strange creatures people claim to see in the desert. I always thought those stories were just that, stories, until that night in June. It was a Friday, and I'd spent the evening at my friend Mike's place. We have this standing game night tradition, board games, snacks, and we usually cap it off with a horror movie. The irony isn't lost on me now. That night, we'd watched some slasher film I can't even remember the name of anymore. It seems so trivial compared to what followed. Around 11:30, I decided to head home. Mike lives in one of those really isolated properties about 20 minutes outside of town. His house is basically surrounded by nothing but desert and cacti for miles. He offered to let me crash on his couch since it was late, but I had to work early the next morning and wanted to sleep in my own bed. Stupid decision in hindsight. It had rained earlier that evening, one of those sudden summer downpours that makes the desert smell like wet dirt and sage. The roads were still a bit slick, and the night was unusually dark. No moon, just a blanket of stars overhead that disappeared behind clouds every few minutes. My car's headlights cut through the darkness as I navigated the winding dirt road that leads from Mike's place to the main road. I remember having this weird feeling as I drove, like I was being watched. You know that sensation on the back of your neck when something just feels off? It was like that, but stronger, a sensation of nope, if that makes sense. My skin was practically crawling. I reached the main road, which thankfully had some streetlights, even though they were spaced pretty far apart. About 5 minutes into my drive, I noticed something strange ahead. There was this blue light illuminating the street. Not like a normal streetlight. This was a deep, electric blue, casting weird shadows across the pavement. The strangest part? The moment I drove under it, it went out, just like that. Complete darkness again, except for my headlights. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I told myself it was just a faulty light, maybe damaged from the rain earlier. But then something huge passed silently across the road in front of me, just a massive shadow moving from right to left. It was too quick for me to make out what it was, but it was big. Way too big to be a coyote or even a person. My heart started racing, and I pressed down harder on the accelerator. I finally reached the highway, and I remember feeling relieved to see other cars, even though there weren't many at that hour. I merged onto the nearly empty highway, thinking the worst was behind me. God, I was wrong. About 2 minutes after joining the highway, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. A small truck had pulled onto the road behind me. At first, I didn't think anything of it. Just another person driving late at night. But then I noticed something weird. When I signaled to change lanes, the truck signaled too. When I moved over, it followed. I tried to convince myself it was coincidence. Maybe they were just heading in the same direction. But then I signaled right to take my exit, And sure enough, the truck signaled right too. My stomach knotted up. I remembered something I'd read once about determining if you're being followed. Make 3 consecutive turns in the same direction. If they're still behind you after that, it's not a coincidence. So I turned right at the exit, then right again at the first intersection, and then right a third time. The truck followed every single turn. It was staying uncomfortably close to my tail now, close enough that I couldn't see its headlights in my mirrors anymore, just the dark outline of its hood. My hands were shaking on the wheel. I was about 15 minutes from home, but didn't want to lead whoever this was straight to my house. I remembered there was a mall just up ahead. It would be closed, but the parking lot would be well lit, and there might be security guards. I signaled to turn into the mall entrance, and at the last second, the truck sped up and passed me. I caught a glimpse of the driver, but all I could see was a dark silhouette, no distinct features. The truck continued down the road, and I sat in the mall entrance for a few minutes trying to calm down. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. After what felt like forever but was probably only 5 minutes, I decided to continue home. I took a different route than usual, constantly checking my mirrors. Everything seemed normal until I turned onto the road that connects to my neighborhood. There it was again, the same small truck, now parked on the side of the road with its lights off. As I passed, it pulled out behind me. This time, I was ready. I had my phone in the cup holder, and I quickly tapped the camera button without looking down. At the next red light, I managed to snap a picture of the license plate. The truck was hanging back a bit more now, as if the driver knew I was onto them. I made it to my neighborhood and pulled into my driveway, watching as the truck slowly cruised past my house. I sat in my car for a good 10 minutes, doors locked, waiting to see if it would come back. It didn't. Eventually, I worked up the courage to go inside. I locked the door behind me and went straight to check all the windows and other doors. Everything was secure. My 2 dogs, Rusty and Bella, seemed agitated but not barking, which I took as a good sign. I remembered it was trash day the next morning, and our bins needed to go out to the curb. I debated leaving them, but my dad would be pissed if I forgot again, so I quickly went out front to drag them down our driveway. It was around midnight by then. The moment I stepped outside, I noticed how eerily quiet it was. Usually, there's a symphony of desert sounds at night, crickets chirping, the occasional bird, even bats squeaking as they fly overhead. But there was nothing. Complete silence. It felt like the whole world was holding its breath. As I rolled the second trash bin to the curb, I glanced toward the end of our street where it borders the desert. There, just at the edge of my neighbor's garage lights, was a figure, tall, pale, and impossibly thin. It was standing completely still, facing in my direction. I couldn't make out any facial features, just this tall, lanky silhouette with limbs that seemed too long for its body. I froze. It didn't move. We just stood there, maybe 50 yards apart, in this horrible, silent standoff. Then it took a step forward, and that broke the spell. I dropped the trash bin handle and sprinted back to my house. As I fumbled with the door, I heard my dogs inside start barking frantically. I practically fell inside and slammed the door, locking it with shaking hands. The dogs were going absolutely ballistic now, both of them facing the back of the house and barking with a ferocity I'd never heard from them before. I ran to my bedroom, closed and locked that door too, and grabbed my softball bat from the closet. I sat on my bed, clutching the bat, trying to calm my breathing enough to call the police. That's when I heard it. A slow, deliberate scratching sound coming from my bedroom window. It wasn't like a branch scraping against the glass. This was purposeful. 3 long scratches, pause, 3 more scratches. My window faces the backyard, which is fenced in. Whatever was scratching would have had to climb over a 6-foot fence to get there. I couldn't bring myself to look. I just couldn't. I sat paralyzed on my bed, the scratching continuing at regular intervals for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only minutes. Then my phone rang, making me jump so hard I nearly fell off the bed. The caller ID showed an unknown number. My thumb hovered over the screen, part of me desperate to talk to another human, part of me terrified of who might be on the other end. I finally answered but said nothing. There was no voice on the other end, just a sound that made my blood run cold. The same 3-scratch pattern that was happening at my window, perfectly synchronized. I hung up and immediately turned off my phone. The scratching at the window stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. I sat there clutching my bat until dawn, afraid to move, afraid to look, afraid to even breathe too loudly. When the first light of morning finally came, I gathered my courage and looked out the window. There was nothing there. No footprints in the flower bed below, no marks on the glass. But my dogs refused to go into the backyard for days afterward. I reported the truck to the police and showed them the photo of the license plate. They told me the plates were registered to a vehicle that had been reported stolen 3 weeks earlier and was found abandoned in the desert just 2 days after my experience. As for the figure I saw, or whatever was scratching at my window, I have no explanation. I've installed security cameras now, and I never drive home alone at night anymore. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed, I still hear that scratching sound in my dreams. 3 long scratches. Pause. 3 more scratches. And I still can't shake the feeling that something followed me home that night. Something that's still out there waiting. Story 9. I've never been a big believer in the paranormal, ghost stories, haunted houses. That kind of stuff always seemed like something people made up to scare each other around campfires. But what happened to me last October at the Hot Lake Hotel in Eastern Oregon? I still can't explain it, and it's been almost 9 months. My girlfriend Jess and I were on a road trip through the Pacific Northwest. We're both into history and old buildings, so when I stumbled across this place online, this massive brick building from the early 1900s with thermal springs and all this wild history, I thought it would be a cool stop. The hotel had this whole past as a luxury resort, then a hospital, then an asylum. Plus the hot springs sounded amazing after days of driving. We hadn't planned to stay there originally. We were just going to drive by and take some pictures. But when we pulled up to this huge, imposing brick structure with the mountains behind it, something about it just grabbed me. It looked so out of place, this massive old building just sitting there in the middle of basically nowhere. "Let's see if they have a room," I suggested to Jess. She wasn't super thrilled. The place had this weird vibe even from the outside. But it was getting late, and the next decent-sized town was still an hour away. The owners were this older couple who seemed really normal and friendly. The woman at the front desk told us they'd restored the place over the last 15 years or so. It was completely abandoned when we bought it, she explained while checking us in. Took years to make it livable again. I asked about the history, and she gave us this rehearsed-sounding spiel about Dr. Phi and how it was once called the Mayo Clinic of the West. When I brought up the ghost stories I'd read about online, she just smiled politely and said, "Oh, those old tales. We hear them all the time, but we've been here for years and never experienced anything unusual." They gave us a room on the 2nd floor. It was actually pretty nice. They'd done a good job renovating it, with antique furniture but modern amenities. The whole place had this smell, though. Not exactly bad, but old, like the smell of my grandma's house mixed with something medicinal. After settling in, we decided to explore. Most of the building was open to guests, except for some areas still under renovation. The place was massive, way bigger than it needed to be for the handful of guests staying there. Our footsteps echoed through the long, empty hallways. We checked out the main floor with its big lobby and sitting areas, then headed to the thermal spring that feeds into the lake behind the hotel. It was this weird, almost neon blue-green color, and steam was rising off it, even though it wasn't that cold outside. The water was too hot to touch. "Did you know Native Americans used to call this the Valley of Peace?" I told Jess, recalling something I'd read. It was neutral ground where tribes weren't allowed to fight. "Doesn't feel very peaceful to me," she muttered, rubbing her arms even though it wasn't cold. By the time we finished exploring, it was getting dark. We grabbed dinner at a small restaurant attached to the hotel. There were only two other couples there, both older. The whole time I kept noticing how Jess seemed tense, glancing around like she was looking for something. "What's wrong?" I finally asked. "I don't know, I just feel watched." She shrugged, trying to play it off. "This place is just creepy, that's all." After dinner, we headed back to our room. The hallways were dimly lit, and the hotel had gotten really quiet. As we passed by a staircase leading to the third floor, I noticed a sign that said, "Historical Area, Guests Welcome." "Want to check it out?" I asked Jess. She hesitated. "Now it's kind of late." "Come on, it'll be quick. I just want to see what's up there." I was curious. The third floor was where the asylum had been, according to what I'd read. Reluctantly, she followed me up the stairs. The third floor was different from the rest of the hotel. While the lower floors had been fully renovated, this one seemed frozen in time. The wallpaper was peeling in places, and the carpet was worn thin. Old-fashioned wheelchairs and medical equipment were displayed along the hallway like some kind of museum exhibit. "This is where they kept the mental patients," I said, reading from a small plaque on the wall. "From the 1930s until—" "I don't like it up here," Jess interrupted. "Can we go back down?" I was about to agree when I heard it, the faint sound of piano music coming from somewhere down the hall. "Do you hear that?" I asked. Jess nodded, her eyes wide. "Maybe there's another guest up here." We followed the sound, which led us to a large room at the end of the hallway. The door was partially open. Inside was an old grand piano, but no one was playing it. The music had stopped as soon as we reached the doorway. "That's weird," I said, pushing the door open wider. "I swear I heard—" The temperature in the room suddenly dropped, and I could see my breath. Jess grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Let's go," she whispered. "Now." We hurried back toward the stairs, and I swear I heard the piano start playing again the moment we turned our backs. When I glanced over my shoulder, I thought I saw movement in the room. Just a shadow, really. But it was enough to make me walk faster. Back in our room, Jess was visibly shaken. "I don't want to stay here," she said. "This place is wrong." I tried to calm her down. "It's just an old building making weird noises. All these old places are like that." She shook her head. "It's not just that. Haven't you noticed how empty it feels, even though there are supposedly other guests? And the way the owners get all weird when you bring up the history." I had noticed, actually, but I didn't want to admit it. "Let's just try to get some sleep. We'll leave first thing in the morning." We got ready for bed, but neither of us could relax. Every creak and groan of the old building made us tense up. Around midnight, I finally started to drift off when Jess suddenly sat bolt upright. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I listened. At first I didn't hear anything, but then it came again, a long, drawn-out scraping sound, like something heavy being dragged across the floor above us. "It's probably just another guest," I said, not believing it myself. The scraping continued, moving from one end of the ceiling to the other, then back again. It went on for almost 5 minutes before stopping abruptly. We both lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting. Then came a new sound. Footsteps, walking slowly back and forth. This made no sense. If it was a guest, why would they be pacing like that at midnight? Jess was clutching my arm. "There's someone up there." "I'll go check," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "No!" She grabbed me harder. "Don't leave me here alone." The footsteps continued for another minute, then stopped. We both let out a breath I didn't realize we'd been holding. Then came the knocking, 3 distinct knocks, directly above our bed. "That's it," Jess said, jumping up. "I'm not staying here." I was about to argue when the knocks came again, 3 more times, in exactly the same spot. Goosebumps rose on my arms. "Maybe we should just try to ignore it," I suggested weakly. Jess was already throwing her clothes into her bag. "I'll sleep in the car if I have to." I reluctantly started packing too. Just as I was zipping up my bag, the lights flickered, then went out completely. "Perfect," I muttered. fumbling for my phone to use as a flashlight. In the glow of my phone screen, I saw Jess's face, pale and terrified. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I hadn't heard anything, but then it came, a soft, barely audible voice right outside our door. "Help me." It sounded like a woman, her voice thin and trembling. "Hello?" I called out, moving toward the door. "Do you need help?" "Don't open it," Jess hissed, but I was already reaching for the handle. The hallway was pitch black. I shined my phone light in both directions, but saw nothing. "Hello?" I called again. "Is someone there?" No response. I was about to close the door when I noticed something on the floor, a small puddle of water. As I watched, another drop fell, seemingly from nowhere, to join it. I slowly raised my light, following the droplets upward, half expecting to see a leaky pipe or ceiling. Instead, my light illuminated a wet footprint on the ceiling directly above the door, a bare human footprint, as if someone had walked across the ceiling. I slammed the door shut, my heart pounding. "What is it?" Jess asked, her voice shaking. I couldn't even speak. I just shook my head and backed away from the door. Then the knocking started again, not from above us this time, but from the door itself. 3 knocks, pause. 3 knocks, pause. "We need to get out of here," I said, grabbing our bags. "Now." But how? The only way out was through that door, and whatever was on the other side was still knocking, the sound growing more insistent. I looked at the window. We were on the 2nd floor, but maybe there was a ledge or something we could climb down. Before I could check, the knocking stopped. We stood frozen, waiting. Then came the sound of a key in the lock. The door handle turned slowly, and the door began to open. I lunged forward and slammed my weight against it, pushing it shut. "Go away," I shouted. There was silence for a moment, then a voice, not the woman's voice from before, but deeper. A man's voice, thick with some emotion I couldn't identify. "You're in my room," it said. I felt pressure against the door as whatever was on the other side pushed back. I braced my feet, using all my strength to keep it closed, but it was like pushing against a hydraulic press. Slow, steady, unstoppable force. The door opened about an inch, then 2. I caught a glimpse of something in the crack. Not a face or a hand, but just darkness, darker than the hallway should have been, like a void. "The window!" I yelled at Jess. "We have to go now." She was already there, struggling with the latch. "It won't open," she cried. The pressure against the door increased. I was losing ground, inch by inch. Cold air seeped through the widening gap, bringing with it a smell like old pennies and something medicinal. Just as my strength was about to give out, the lights flickered back on. The pressure against the door suddenly disappeared, and I nearly fell forward as it swung open. The hallway was empty and normal-looking. No puddle, no footprints, no dark figure. We didn't waste time trying to figure it out. We grabbed our bags and ran, taking the stairs 2 at a time down to the lobby. The front desk was unmanned, so we just left our key and fled to the car. As we drove away, I looked back at the hotel. Most of the windows were dark, as you'd expect at 1 in the morning, but on the 3rd floor every window was lit up, and in one of them I swear I saw a figure standing there watching us go. I still don't know what happened that night. We looked up the hotel's history later and found all sorts of stories about hauntings, a suicide, patients who died during surgeries, a fire that killed several people, but nothing that explained what we experienced. We never told anyone the full story until now. Who would believe us? Sometimes I almost convinced myself it was just our imagination, stress from the road trip, or something we ate. But then I remember that footprint on the ceiling and that voice at the door. And I know it was real. Whatever was in that hotel that night wasn't human. And sometimes late at night, I still hear those 3 knocks in my dreams. The dying, story 10. See, I've never been comfortable sharing this experience, but after seeing similar stories, I think maybe it'll help me process what happened. This took place about 8 years ago when I was 16, right after we'd moved to Millfield. It's a small, historic town where basically every house is at least 70 years old. but the one we moved into was ancient by comparison, over 100 years old. The house itself was beautiful from the outside, 2 stories with this wraparound porch and original hardwood floors. Mom fell in love with it immediately. Dad liked the price, which was surprisingly low for the size and location. During the showing, the real estate agent was super enthusiastic about everything: the crown molding, the antique fixtures, the built-in bookshelves. But when we asked about seeing the basement, she got weird. "Oh, we can't access the basement right now," she said, not quite meeting our eyes. "The previous owner installed a lock and we don't have the key." Dad thought it was strange, but not a deal breaker. "We can cut it off after we move in," he said with a shrug. The rest of the house was perfect for our family of 4, me, my younger brother Max, and my parents, so they signed the papers that day. Moving day came about 3 weeks later. I remember it was unseasonably cold for September, and the whole house had this weird smell. Not exactly musty, but something older, like old books and wet stone. Dad was excited to check out the basement, and the first thing he did after the movers left was grab his bolt cutters from his toolbox. I followed him down the hallway to the basement door, which was this heavy oak thing with an ornate brass knob. The padlock was newer than everything else in the house, shiny steel against the aged wood. It took Dad 2 tries to cut through it, and when he pulled the door open, the smell hit us immediately. It was stronger down there, damp and earthy, with something else underneath, something that made my skin crawl. The light switch didn't work, so Dad used his phone flashlight as we descended the creaky wooden stairs. The basement was unfinished. Concrete floors, stone foundation walls, exposed pipes running along the ceiling, but what caught our attention immediately was the far wall. There was a pentagram painted on it. Not some teenager's attempt at being edgy, but a perfect, precise 5-pointed star inside a circle, painted in what looked like black oil. It was huge, taking up almost the entire wall. Next to it, there was a small wooden table with a single envelope on top. Dad picked up the envelope while I stood frozen, staring at that pentagram. I couldn't explain why, but looking at it made me feel sick to my stomach. Inside the envelope was a handwritten letter. Dad read it aloud, his voice getting quieter with each sentence. "To whoever moves in next, I'm sorry. I thought I was just playing around with something I didn't understand. I thought it was just rituals and candles and stupid chants from books. I opened something I couldn't close. I tried everything. It won't leave. I can't stay here anymore. Maybe it will leave you alone. Maybe it won't. I'm sorry." It wasn't signed. Dad laughed it off, saying it was probably just the previous owner trying to scare us. But I could tell he was unsettled. We went back upstairs and didn't talk about it for the rest of the day. But that night, I heard my parents arguing in hushed tones about whether they should have the pentagram removed before Max saw it. The next morning, Dad went to the hardware store and came back with a gallon of white paint. He spent the afternoon painting over the pentagram while Mom, Max, and I unpacked boxes upstairs. When he came back up, he looked relieved. "Problem solved," he announced. "Just some weirdo's idea of a joke." 2 days later, Mom called Dad at work, her voice shaking. I was in the kitchen doing homework when she made the call. The pentagram was visible again. The black oil had somehow seeped through the fresh paint. Dad came home early and painted it again, this time with primer first and 2 coats of paint after. It came back again 3 days later. That's when the other stuff started happening. Cabinet doors would creak open in the middle of the night. We'd hear footsteps running down the hallway when everyone was accounted for. Sometimes, late at night, I'd hear what sounded like children giggling, even though Max was fast asleep. Pictures would fall off walls for no reason. The TV would turn on by itself. Our dog, Cooper, a normally chill golden retriever, refused to go into certain rooms and would sometimes just sit and bark at empty corners. My parents tried to rationalize everything. Old houses settle, the wiring was probably faulty, the frames weren't hung properly. But I could tell they were scared too. Max, who was only 10, started having nightmares. He said a shadow person was standing in his doorway at night. Mom and Dad let him start sleeping in their room. After about a month of this, my parents finally called a priest from the local Catholic church. Father Bennett came over on a Tuesday afternoon. I remember because I'd just gotten home from school. He was younger than I expected, maybe in his 40s, with glasses and a kind face. As soon as he walked in, something weird happened. He stopped in the foyer, looked down the hallway toward the basement door, and started walking directly toward it. He hadn't been told about the basement or the pentagram yet. Mom was still hanging up his coat, but it was like he was being pulled there. "What's down there?" he asked, his hand already on the doorknob. Mom and Dad exchanged looks before Dad explained about the pentagram and the letter. Father Bennett nodded, as if he'd expected this, and asked to see it. The four of us went down together. The pentagram was visible again, despite Dad having painted over it 6 times by then. Father Bennett didn't seem surprised. He pulled out a small bottle of holy water and a Bible and performed a blessing right there in the basement. He blessed every room in the house afterward, paying special attention to Max's room and the basement entrance. Before he left, he told my parents that sometimes places hold on to energy from previous occupants, especially if strong emotions or intentions were involved. "I've done what I can," he said. "If things don't improve, call me again." Things did improve after that. The pentagram still came back through the paint, but slower each time. The footsteps and giggles stopped. Pictures stayed on walls. Cooper seemed less anxious. For a few weeks, everything was almost normal. Then my parents decided to go away for the weekend. It was their anniversary, and they'd booked a bed and breakfast about 2 hours away. Max was staying at a friend's house for a sleepover, and I convinced them I was old enough to stay home alone. I was 16 after all, and Cooper would be with me. Plus, Mrs. Henderson next door promised to check in. The first night alone was fine. I ordered pizza, watched scary movies, probably not the smartest choice, and went to bed around midnight with Cooper curled up at my feet. I remember waking up around 3 in the morning, that witching hour when everything feels wrong. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. Then I realized Cooper was sitting up, staring at the corner of my bedroom, his entire body rigid. I followed his gaze and felt my blood turn to ice. The corner was dark, darker than it should have been. It wasn't just the absence of light. It was like a piece of the night had leaked into my room, a perfect triangle of absolute blackness that seemed to absorb the dim glow from my nightlight. As I stared, unable to move, Cooper started growling, a deep, primal sound I'd never heard him make before. The hair along his spine stood up, and his lips pulled back to reveal his teeth. The darkness in the corner seemed to pulse slightly, like it was breathing. Cooper's growl turned into a snarl, and suddenly he lunged toward the corner, barking furiously. I screamed and fumbled for my bedside lamp, finally managing to turn it on. Light flooded the room, and the unnatural darkness dissipated like smoke. Cooper stopped barking immediately and looked around, confused, before coming back to the bed and whining softly. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I tried to tell myself it was just shadows, just my imagination, just the result of watching horror movies before bed. I kept the lamp on and tried to go back to sleep. Cooper pressed against my side. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, Cooper was growling again. It was still dark outside, probably around 4:30 or 5. This time, he wasn't just growling. He was trembling, his eyes fixed on that same corner. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help myself. The darkness was back, and it was bigger, spreading from the corner along both walls, like ink bleeding across paper. The air felt heavy, charged with something that made my skin prickle. It was colder too, my breath visible in little puffs. Cooper's growls grew more frantic, and I felt something I can only describe as malice emanating from that darkness. It wasn't just absence, it was presence. Something was there, watching me. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, but it was dead. completely drained despite being at 80% when I went to bed. The darkness continued to spread, now covering almost half of my bedroom walls. Cooper jumped off the bed and back toward the door, still facing the corner and growling. I didn't think. I just reacted. I grabbed my pillow and phone, called for Cooper and ran out of my room, down the stairs and straight out the front door to my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition, but I managed to start the car and turn on the headlights. Cooper was in the passenger seat, still trembling, but no longer growling. Sitting there in my driveway, I finally looked back at the house. My bedroom window was on the second floor, facing the front yard. What I saw made my stomach drop. The entire window was black, not dark like the lights were off, but filled with that same absolute darkness that had been in my corner. It was as if someone had painted the glass with the void. I sat in my car until sunrise, too terrified to go back inside. As the first rays of daylight hit my bedroom window, the darkness receded, leaving just a normal window with my curtains visible behind it. Mrs. Henderson found me there around 7, still in my pajamas, clutching my pillow with Cooper beside me. She let me stay at her house until my parents got back that evening. I told them everything, expecting them not to believe me, but they did. We called Father Bennett again, and he performed another blessing, more extensive this time. He also gave me a small silver cross to wear and blessed Cooper too. We lived in that house for 2 more years before Dad got transferred for work, but I never stayed there alone again. The pentagram kept coming back, fading more slowly after each new coat of paint, but never disappearing completely. The darkness never returned to my room, at least not in that same way, but sometimes I'd catch glimpses of unusual shadows from the corner of my eye, especially near the basement door. When we moved out, I felt nothing but relief. I sometimes wonder about the family that lives there now, if they've experienced anything similar, or if whatever was in that house attached itself to us instead. I still wear the silver cross Father Bennett gave me, and I've never been able to sleep in complete darkness since. I don't know what was in that corner of my room that night. I don't know what the previous owner opened and couldn't close. All I know is that when I think about that perfect triangle of darkness and how it spread across my walls, I still feel the same primal fear I felt then, the certainty that I was in the presence of something ancient and malevolent that had been waiting for me to be alone. Story 11. I've never really talked about this stuff with anyone outside my family. It's hard to explain things that have no explanation, you know. But I need to get this off my chest, because even after all these years, I still think about these experiences almost daily. I grew up in rural Ashfield on my family's small farm. It wasn't anything fancy, just a modest house, a stable for our horses, and a few acres of land. Looking back, our place always had this weird energy to it. I can't really describe it, other than sometimes it felt like the air would get heavy, like right before a thunderstorm, except there wasn't always a storm coming. The first thing happened when I was 6. I remember it so clearly because it was right after our house had partially burned down. The fire started in the kitchen, faulty wiring, they said. The back half of the house was completely uninhabitable, with that awful charred smell that wouldn't go away no matter how many windows we opened. We were lucky that the living room was mostly untouched, so while my parents figured out what to do next, we all crammed onto this king-sized mattress they'd dragged in there. It was about 2 weeks after the fire, and it was raining really hard outside. You know that kind of rain that sounds like someone's throwing handfuls of gravel at your window? That's what it was like. I remember waking up suddenly in the middle of the night. Not gradually, like when you have to pee or something, but like someone had snapped their fingers right by my ear. My eyes just shot open. At first, I didn't know what had woken me up. My mom was sleeping to my left, her back to me. My dad was on the other side of her, snoring softly. My little brother was curled up on my right, his breath coming out in these little puffs. But then I felt it, this weird heaviness in the air. like all the oxygen had been sucked out of the room. I looked toward the foot of the mattress, and that's when I saw it. God, even now typing this out makes my hands shake a little. There was this figure standing there, except it wasn't really standing, more like hovering a couple inches off the ground. It was shaped exactly like a person, but it was made of this white, wispy stuff. Not solid like a person, but not transparent either. Kind of like if you could somehow make a cloud take human form. It didn't have distinct facial features that I could see, just this general head shape on top of a body shape. I remember being absolutely frozen with fear. I couldn't scream or move or anything. I just laid there watching it. The rain was still hammering against the windows, but somehow everything felt muffled, like I was underwater. The figure just hovered there for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it started to move, not like walking, but floating. It drifted slowly toward the doorway that led to the burned part of the house. When it reached the doorway, it just disappeared, like it had never been there at all. As soon as it was gone, I pulled the blanket over my head and stayed like that until morning, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I was terrified it would come back if I looked out again. When morning finally came, I told my parents, but they just said I'd had a nightmare because of the trauma from the fire. Maybe they were right, but it felt so real. I still remember the exact shape of that figure, the way it moved, the feeling in the air when it was there. We ended up moving back into the house after repairs, and for a few years, nothing else weird happened. I almost convinced myself that maybe it had been a dream after all. Then came the second incident. I was 10 years old, and it was my job to help with the horses. We had 5 of them by then, and I loved them all, especially Jasper, this gentle chestnut gelding who'd been with us since I was little. That day, I was alone in the stable, shoveling fresh shavings into the stalls. It was a pretty normal Saturday afternoon. Sunny, warm but not hot, birds chirping outside. I had my back to the stable door, focused on spreading the shavings evenly. That's when I heard it, a woman's voice clear as day right behind me asking, "What are you doing here?" The voice wasn't threatening or anything. It sounded genuinely curious, maybe a bit confused, but it scared the absolute crap out of me because I knew I was alone in that stable. My mum was in the house. My dad had taken my brother fishing, and we weren't expecting any visitors. I spun around so fast I nearly fell over. There was nobody there, not a single person. The stable door was still closed the way I'd left it. Through the windows, I could see the empty yard between the stable and our house. There was absolutely nowhere a person could have hidden in the few seconds it took me to turn around. I dropped the shovel right there and ran to the house like my life depended on it. I burst into the kitchen, probably looking like I'd seen a ghost, which maybe I had, and my mum immediately knew something was wrong. When I told her what happened, she didn't dismiss it like before. She actually looked kind of pale herself. She walked back to the stable with me, and we finished the chores together, but neither of us heard anything else. Later that night, I overheard my parents talking in low voices. Mom was telling Dad that her grandmother used to talk about a young woman who had lived on our property back in the early 1900s and had died in a riding accident. I don't know if that's related to what I heard, but the timing of that conversation wasn't a coincidence. After that, I was never comfortable being alone in the stable. I'd always try to have someone with me, or at least leave the radio on so there wouldn't be silence. I know it sounds stupid, but it helped. The third thing that happened was the hardest one for me. I was 14, and we'd just lost Jasper, my favorite horse. He was 12 years old and had developed this tumor that was causing him a lot of pain. The vet said the kindest thing was to put him down, so that's what we did. I was absolutely devastated. He was my best friend, the one I told all my secrets to. We had him cremated, and my parents let me keep his ashes in a wooden box in my room. About a week after we lost him, I was in the stable passage sweeping up. It was late afternoon, and all our other horses were out in the paddocks. I remember I was still in this fog of grief, just going through the motions. Then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of hooves walking on the stable floor. Not outside, but inside the stable. Clip-clop, clip-clop. It was a sound I knew by heart, the particular rhythm of a horse walking calmly down the center aisle of the stable. I stopped sweeping and looked up, expecting to see that one of the horses had somehow gotten in from the paddock. But there was nothing there. The sound continued for another few seconds, clip-clop, clip-clop, and then stopped. With my heart in my throat, I walked down the aisle, checking each stall, even though I could see they were all empty. Then I went outside and counted the horses in the paddock. All 4 were there, grazing peacefully. None of them could possibly have been in the stable, and then magically transported back outside in the seconds it took me to look up. That's when it hit me. The walking sound I'd heard, it had the exact same rhythm as Jasper's walk. He had this slight unevenness to his gait because of an old injury, a sort of clip-clop instead of an even clip-clop. What I'd heard was Jasper's walk, not just any horse. I broke down right there in the stable passage, sitting on the dirty floor and sobbing. But it wasn't just from sadness. There was this overwhelming feeling of, I don't know, peace? Like he was letting me know he was okay. Like he'd come back to say goodbye properly. I've never told anyone outside my immediate family about these experiences. When I try to make sense of them, I can't. I've looked into the history of our property more since then and found out that it has quite a past. Before it was our farm, it belonged to a family who lost a daughter in a riding accident in 1912. Before that, the land was part of a larger estate that burned down in 1874. I'm 23 now and living in the city for college. Sometimes I wonder if these things happened because I was a kid with an overactive imagination, or if there's something special about that land in Ashfield that makes the veil between worlds thinner. My parents still live there, and they've never experienced anything unusual themselves, which makes me question everything even more. All I know is that what I saw and heard felt completely real to me. That white figure at the foot of our bed after the fire, the woman's voice in the stable asking what I was doing there, and Jasper's distinctive footsteps a week after he died. They're all seared into my memory as clearly as things that happened yesterday. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened or why these things seem to happen only to me. Sometimes I think about going back to the farm and spending a night in the stable just to see if anything happens. But honestly, I'm not sure I'm brave enough to face whatever might be waiting there. Story 12. I've never shared this before with anyone except my wife and a couple of close friends. Part of me still doubts whether I should post this, but I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This started when I was around 10 years old. I was lying in bed one night, just staring at the ceiling, trying to fall asleep, when I felt this presence. It's hard to explain if you've never experienced it, but it was like that feeling when someone's watching you, except amplified by 1,000. My eyes were drawn to the corner of my ceiling near my closet, and I swear to God, there was something there. At first, it was just a darker patch in an already dark room. But as my eyes adjusted, I could make out a tall, hooded figure, kind of like those ring wraiths from Lord of the Rings. You know, the creepy guys in black cloaks, except without any armor. Just pure darkness shaped like a person. It was clutching the corner where the walls met the ceiling, like it was holding on, and I could feel it staring at me, even though I couldn't see any eyes. I remember pulling my blanket over my head and praying. My family was pretty religious back then, and I'd been taught that nothing evil could harm me if I had faith. I kept repeating, "In the name of Jesus, leave me alone," over and over until I eventually fell asleep from exhaustion. The next morning, I convinced myself it was just a nightmare or my imagination. I was a kid with an active imagination after all. But then it happened again a few nights later. and again, and again. Sometimes it would just be that feeling of being watched. Other times I would actually see it, that dark figure, either clinging to a corner or hovering nearby. Sometimes it would point at me with what looked like a long, bony finger. I never saw its face, if it even had one. Just darkness under that hood. I told my parents once, and they said it was just bad dreams. They prayed with me and put a nightlight in my room, but it didn't help. The thing, I started calling it the shadow in my head, didn't seem afraid of light. It just preferred the darker corners. As I got older, I started to worry less about it. I still saw it maybe once every couple of weeks, but I'd convinced myself it was some weird sleep paralysis thing or maybe stress. I was a teenager with typical teenage problems, and I figured everyone had their weird quirks. Mine just happened to be occasionally seeing a creepy shadow person. But then I went to college, 4 hours away from home. I was excited for a fresh start, to get away from my hometown, my parents' rules, and honestly, from the shadow. I thought maybe it was tied to my childhood home somehow. I was wrong. My third night in the dorm, I woke up around 3 in the morning for no reason. My roommate was snoring on the other side of the room, and everything seemed normal. Then I felt it, that familiar sensation of being watched. I looked up at the corner above my desk, and there it was. The shadow had followed me to college. That's when I started to really freak out. This wasn't just some childhood imagination or something tied to my old house. Whatever this thing was, it was attached to me. Over the next few years, it became a horrible routine. I'd go weeks without seeing it, almost convincing myself it was gone for good. And then suddenly, there it would be, hovering in a corner, or worse. Sometimes I'd feel it right behind me or above me while I was trying to sleep. I never felt it touch me, thank God. But the feeling of it being inches away was almost worse. I moved back home after college for about a year, then got my own apartment when I started dating Sarah, who's now my wife. The shadow came with me each time. By this point, I'd started researching paranormal stuff online, but nothing quite matched what I was experiencing. It wasn't a traditional ghost or demon story. This thing never interacted with the physical world, never moved objects or made noises. It was just there, watching. One night, about 7 years ago, I had the worst experience yet. I went to bed early because I had to be up at 5 for work. I fell asleep quickly, but woke up to what I can only describe as an overwhelming sense of dread. I opened my eyes, and the shadow was right there, hovering above me, closer than it had ever been before. I couldn't move. Classic sleep paralysis, I guess. But I was fully conscious. And then something new happened. It was like the shadow was putting images in my head, showing me things. I saw it hovering over my parents while they slept, then my sister in her apartment across town. It was showing me that it could reach everyone I cared about. Then it showed me visions of itself, wrapping around my throat, suffocating me slowly. It wasn't just threatening me anymore. It was showing me exactly how it planned to kill me. I woke up gasping for air, drenched in sweat. I told myself it was just a nightmare, but it felt different from any dream I'd ever had. It felt real, like a message. A few weeks later, Sarah stayed over at my place for the first time. We'd been dating for about 6 months, and things were getting serious. I hadn't told her about the shadow. How do you even bring that up without sounding completely insane? By the way, I've been haunted by a creepy shadow entity since I was 10. Want to watch a movie? We went to bed around midnight, and I fell asleep with her beside me, feeling safer than I had in years. But around 3 in the morning, I was jolted awake by Sarah shaking my arm frantically. "There's something in here," she whispered, her voice trembling. I was instantly wide awake. "What do you mean?" She was sitting up in bed, pointing toward the ceiling corner by my closet, the exact spot where I always sensed the shadow the strongest in my apartment. "That thing is right there, isn't it?" she said, still pointing. "You know it's there, I can tell by your face." My blood ran cold. I could feel the shadow in that corner, stronger than ever, but I hadn't said a word about it to Sarah. Ever. There's no way she could have known. "What are you seeing?" I asked her, my mouth dry. She described exactly what I'd been seeing for over a decade. A tall, dark figure in what looked like a cloak, no visible face, just darkness. She said it seemed to be watching us, particularly me. Then she turned to look at me and screamed, scrambling away. "What? What is it?" I asked, panicking. "Your face," she said, her eyes wide with terror. "It's covered in these black marks, like tally marks or something. They're all over your face." I ran to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, but saw nothing unusual. When I came back, Sarah said the marks were gone, but she'd seen them clear as day for a few seconds. Dozens of small black lines all over my face, like something was keeping count. We stayed up the rest of the night with all the lights on. I finally told her everything, how long the shadow had been following me, the dream where it threatened me, all of it. Instead of thinking I was crazy, she believed me. She'd seen it too, after all. The strangest part? After that night, the appearances became less frequent. It's like once someone else acknowledged its existence, the shadow lost some of its power over me. I still felt it occasionally in the apartment, but it wasn't as intense or terrifying. Sarah and I got married 2 years later. We moved into a house, and I braced myself for the shadow to follow us there. But the encounters became even rarer. These days, I only sense it maybe once or twice a year, and I haven't actually seen it in almost 3 years. I'm not religious anymore. Ironically, this whole experience kind of killed my faith. If prayers couldn't keep this thing away, what was the point? But I still don't know what it was or why it latched onto me for so long. Sometimes I wonder if those rare moments when I feel watched now are just my imagination, echoes of a trauma I lived with for so long. But then I remember Sarah's face that night, the pure terror when she saw something that, by all rights, she shouldn't have been able to see, and I know it was real. Whatever the shadow was, it was real. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the house late at night, I still find myself avoiding looking at the corners of the ceiling, just in case it's there, watching and waiting. I don't know if it's gone for good. I don't know if it'll come back stronger someday. All I know is that for over a decade of my life, something was haunting me. And no one, not my parents, not doctors, not priests, could explain what it was or why it chose me. Has anyone else experienced anything like this, a presence that followed you for years? I still need answers, even all these years later. Story 13. I've never told anyone this story outside of my closest friends. Even now, I'm hesitant to put it in writing, but I need to get this off my chest. It happened about 3 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat thinking about it. I had just graduated college and was struggling to find steady work in my field. The economy was garbage, and I was drowning in student debt. My friends Mike and Janet were in a similar situation. Mike had been laid off from his IT job, and Janet was only working part-time at a local clinic. We all grew up in the same small town in East Texas, one of those places where everybody knows everybody, and the biggest excitement is when the high school football team makes it to state. When my lease was about to end, Mike and Janet suggested I move in with them. They had been renting this old 2-story house on the outskirts of town for a pretty decent price, and splitting the rent 3 ways would help us all save money. It seemed like the perfect solution at the time. The house itself was nothing special, built sometime in the 70s with faded yellow siding and a wraparound porch that had definitely seen better days. It sat on about an acre of land, surrounded by pine trees and not much else. Our nearest neighbor was about half a mile down the road. The isolation was part of the appeal. We could blast music without complaints, and the rent was cheap because it was so far from town. The first couple of months were great. We fell into an easy routine. Janet worked mornings, Mike picked up some freelance coding work, and I was waiting tables at a local diner while applying for jobs in my field. We'd have dinner together most nights, watch bad reality TV, and just enjoy being young and relatively carefree despite our financial struggles. But then things started getting weird. It began with small stuff, items not being where I left them. The distinct feeling of being watched when I was home alone. I'd be sitting on the couch reading and suddenly feel like someone was standing right behind me. I'd whip around, heart racing, but there was never anything there. I brushed it off as nerves or an overactive imagination. Then came the noises. Footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Doors closing by themselves, the sound of someone rummaging through drawers in the middle of the night. Mike and Janet claimed they never heard anything, which only made me question my sanity more. But what happened that day in October changed everything. It was a Wednesday. I remember because I had the morning shift at the diner and got home around 2 in the afternoon. I was exhausted from being on my feet all day and was looking forward to a hot shower and maybe a nap. When I pulled into the driveway, I noticed Mike and Janet's car was gone, which wasn't unusual. They often ran errands together or went to the library so Mike could use the free Wi-Fi for his freelance work. I unlocked the front door and stepped into the quiet house. The silence was almost a relief after the noise of the diner. I kicked off my shoes in the entryway and headed straight for the kitchen to grab a glass of water. The house felt empty, in that particular way houses do when no one's home, still and waiting. After gulping down some water, I walked into the living room and tossed my bag onto the couch. I was just about to head upstairs when I heard it, clear as day from right behind me. "What are you doing?" It was Mike's voice, unmistakable, that slight Texas drawl, the way he always sounded slightly amused when he asked a question. I spun around, startled but relieved that I wasn't alone after all. "Oh my God, you scared me. I didn't think anyone was..." But there was nobody there. The living room was empty. I stood frozen, my heart suddenly hammering in my chest. "Mike," I called out, my voice sounding thin and scared even to my own ears. No response. Maybe he was upstairs. Maybe he'd called out to me and then gone to the bathroom or something. But I knew I had heard his voice directly behind me, so close I could have sworn I felt his breath on my neck. "Mike, Janet, you guys home?" I called again, louder this time. Nothing but silence. With my pulse racing, I searched the entire house, every room, every closet, even checked under the beds like a scared kid. Nothing. No one. And Mike and Janet's car was definitely not in the driveway. I was completely alone in that house. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the TV, but the TV was off. Maybe it was coming from outside. But the windows were closed, and Mike's voice had been right behind me, not muffled by walls or distance. Maybe I was just tired and my mind was playing tricks on me. But it had been so real, so distinctly Mike's voice. I called Janet's cell, hands shaking as I dialed. She answered on the third ring, and I tried to keep my voice steady as I asked where they were. "We're at Walmart," she said. "Need us to pick up anything?" "Is Mike with you?" I asked, already knowing the answer but needing to hear it. "Yeah, he's looking at some computer thing." "Why? What's up?" I couldn't bring myself to tell her what had happened. How do you tell someone you heard their boyfriend's voice in an empty house? Nothing, just wondering. "Actually, can you grab some more coffee? We're almost out." After hanging up, I sat on the couch, too freaked out to go upstairs and take that shower. I kept the TV on loud and tried to distract myself with mindless shows until Mike and Janet got home about an hour later. Seeing Mike walk through the door, perfectly normal and oblivious, made me question my sanity even more. I almost asked him if he'd somehow been home earlier, but I knew how crazy that would sound, so I kept quiet and helped them unload groceries like nothing had happened. The rest of the evening was normal. We made dinner, talked about our days, and watched some show on Netflix. I started to relax, convincing myself that I had imagined the whole thing or maybe heard something else, and my brain had interpreted it as Mike's voice. Then, around 9:30, Mike started wheezing. At first, it seemed like nothing serious. He had asthma, and occasional flare-ups weren't uncommon. But within minutes, his breathing became labored, and his inhaler wasn't helping. His face turned pale, then slightly blue around the lips. Janet and I exchanged terrified glances as Mike struggled to breathe, clutching his chest. "We need to go to the ER," Janet said, already grabbing her keys and Mike's jacket. "Now!" They rushed out the door, with Mike barely able to walk on his own. Janet called from the car, asking me to grab Mike's insurance card from his desk drawer and meet them at the hospital, which was about 25 minutes away in the next town over. I ran upstairs to Mike's office, found the card, and headed out to my car. By now it was close to 10 at night, and the sky was pitch black. Our little road was unlit, winding through dense pine forest before connecting to the highway. I'd driven it hundreds of times, but that night it felt especially dark and isolated. I was about 5 minutes from our house, driving faster than I should have been, worried about Mike. The radio was playing some late-night call-in show, the host's voice a comforting presence in the otherwise silent car. The road stretched empty before me, my headlights cutting through the darkness. That's when I saw them. 3 large, bright red lights in a perfect triangle formation, hovering directly over the road ahead of me. At first, I thought it was some kind of aircraft, maybe a helicopter or small plane. But as I got closer, I realized the lights weren't moving. They were just there, hanging in the sky, way too low for any normal aircraft. And they were huge. Each light looked to be about the size of a basketball from my perspective. As I drove closer, my entire body tensed. Something about those lights felt wrong, unnatural. They didn't blink or flicker like normal aircraft lights. They were steady, pulsing slightly, with an intensity that hurt my eyes, and then I was directly underneath them. The moment my car passed beneath the triangle, my radio dissolved into static. The dashboard lights flickered. I felt a pressure in my ears, like being underwater or on a plane during descent. And there was this humming. Not a sound exactly, more like a vibration I could feel in my teeth and bones. Looking up through my windshield, I could see the lights forming a perfect equilateral triangle. But the strangest part, the part that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it, is that I couldn't see any actual craft. Just the lights themselves, as if they were attached to something invisible. There was a subtle distortion of the stars behind them, like looking through heat waves rising from hot pavement, but no visible structure connecting the lights. The entire encounter lasted maybe 15 seconds before I was past them. In my rearview mirror, I could see the triangle rotating slowly, the lights maintaining their perfect formation. Then, without any sound or flash, they simply winked out of existence, leaving nothing but the empty night sky. I was shaking so badly I had to pull over. My mind was racing, trying to process what I'd just seen. It wasn't a plane or helicopter. It was too low, too still, too silent. It wasn't a drone. The lights were too large, too bright. What the hell had I just driven under? After a few minutes of sitting there, gripping the steering wheel with white knuckles, I remembered Mike. I put the car in drive and continued to the hospital, constantly checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see those red lights following me. When I arrived at the ER, Mike was already being treated. The doctors had given him medication that was helping, and his color was returning to normal. Janet was sitting beside his bed, holding his hand, looking exhausted, but relieved. "He's going to be okay," she told me when I handed her the insurance card. They said it was one of the worst asthma attacks they've seen, but he's responding well to treatment. I nodded, still in shock from what I'd experienced on the drive over. Part of me wanted to tell them about both incidents, the voice in the empty house and the lights on the highway, but how could I? Mike was lying in a hospital bed, recovering from a severe asthma attack. It wasn't the time to start talking about paranormal experiences. We stayed at the hospital until past midnight, when the doctors said Mike was stable enough to be discharged with new prescriptions and instructions to follow up with his regular doctor. The drive back was tense. I kept scanning the sky for those lights, and Janet was focused on Mike, who dozed in the passenger seat of their car. Back at the house, I couldn't sleep. I lay awake, replaying both incidents in my mind. The voice in the empty house, the triangle of lights on the highway, two completely inexplicable events in the span of 8 hours. Were they connected somehow? Was there something about our house that was attracting paranormal activity, or was I simply losing my mind? 3 years later, I still don't have answers. I moved out of that house about a month after the incident, claimed I found a job closer to town. But the truth is, I couldn't stand being there anymore. Mike and Janet stayed for another year before moving to Houston for work. I've never seen those lights again. Never heard a disembodied voice speaking directly behind me in an empty room. But I think about that day often, about how thin the veil seems between our ordinary world and whatever exists beyond it. And sometimes, driving alone at night, I catch myself scanning the sky, half afraid, half hoping to see 3 red lights forming a perfect triangle above me. Story 14. I've always prided myself on being practical. Ask anyone who knows me. I'm the person who looks for the logical explanation, who rolls her eyes at ghost stories. I've been this way since I was a kid. My mum used to say I was born skeptical. So when the thing with Lily and my grandmother happened, it shook me to my core. It still does, honestly. This happened a little over 2 years ago, when my daughter Lily was 3. We live in a typical suburban home in Springfield. Nothing special, just a modest 3-bedroom in a quiet neighborhood. It's the kind of place where nothing unusual ever happens. At least that's what I thought. It was a Tuesday afternoon in October. I remember because my husband Dave was on a business trip, and I'd taken the day off work to look after Lily, since our regular sitter had called in sick. The weather had turned chilly, so we were stuck inside. By midday, I was exhausted from entertaining a high-energy 3-year-old all morning. Around 1 in the afternoon, Lily seemed content playing with her dolls in her playroom, so I took the opportunity to make us some lunch. The playroom is on the opposite side of the house from the kitchen, but I had the baby monitor with me so I could hear her. I'd just started making grilled cheese sandwiches when I heard Lily's voice through the monitor. At first, I didn't think much of it. Lily often talked to herself or her toys when playing. But after a few minutes, I noticed something different about the way she was speaking. It wasn't her usual babbling or made-up stories. She was having what sounded like a real conversation, with pauses, questions, and laughter in all the right places, like she was talking to an actual person. "That's funny," I heard her say through the monitor, followed by a giggle. Then, "I like your dress. It's pretty." A pause. "I can show you my dolls if you want." Another pause. "Okay, this one is Sarah, and this one is Princess Ellie." I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Our house wasn't very big. I would have heard if someone had come in. Dave was out of town, and we weren't expecting visitors. Who the hell was Lily talking to? I turned off the stove and walked quickly down the hallway toward the playroom. As I approached, I could still hear Lily chatting away happily. I slowed down when I reached the door, which was slightly ajar. Something made me hesitate before pushing it open. Instead, I peered through the crack. Lily was sitting cross-legged on the floor, with her dolls scattered around her. She was looking up and smiling at nothing, just empty space in the corner of the room, but her eyes were focused, tracking something I couldn't see, and her face was lit up with delight. "Grandma says you have pretty hair," she said to one of her dolls, then looked back up at the empty corner. A chill ran through me. I pushed the door open wider. "Lily, who are you talking to, sweetie?" I tried to keep my voice casual, but my heart was racing. She looked at me, completely unfazed. "Grandma," she said simply. I forced a smile. "Grandma? You mean Grandma Julie or Grandma Pam?" I asked, referring to my mom and my mother-in-law, both of whom were very much alive and living in their own homes about an hour away. Lily shook her head firmly. "No, not them. The one in the pretty red dress." That's when I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. My hand tightened on the doorknob until my knuckles went white. My grandmother, My mom's mom, Eleanor, had died when I was 19, about 7 years before Lily was born. I wasn't particularly close to her. She lived across the country, and we only saw her during occasional holiday visits. The only photo we had of her in our house was a small one on our family photo wall in the hallway. It showed her in her late 60s, wearing a distinctive long red dress with white lace at the neckline. It was her favorite dress, my mom had told me, the one she wanted to be remembered in. Lily had never shown any interest in that photo. I'd never specifically pointed it out to her or told her stories about my grandmother. There was no way she could know about the red dress. What? I had to clear my throat. What does Grandma in the red dress look like, Lily? Lily tilted her head, thinking. She's old, but nice. She has white hair and glasses like Daddy's mom, but her dress is red with white things here. She pointed to her own neck. I felt dizzy. The description matched the photo perfectly, right down to the white lace collar. But how could Lily know that? What is Grandma saying to you? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She says she's happy to meet me finally. She says I look like you when you were little. Lily turned back to the corner. Grandma, do you want to play with my new tea set? I stood frozen in the doorway, my eyes scanning the empty corner of the room. The air felt different there, not colder exactly, but different. Heavier somehow. I felt a strange pressure in my ears, like when you're driving up a mountain. Lily, honey, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There's nobody there. You're just playing pretend, right? Lily looked at me like I was being silly. She's right there, Mommy. She pointed directly at the corner. She says you can't see her because grown-ups forget how to see. I took a step back, bumping into the hallway wall. I need to finish making lunch. Come to the kitchen in 5 minutes, okay? Lily nodded absently, already turning back to her conversation. I practically ran back to the kitchen, my hands shaking so badly I had to grip the counter to steady myself. I'm not religious, not superstitious, and definitely not a believer in ghosts. But at that moment, I couldn't come up with any rational explanation for what was happening. How could Lily know about my grandmother's red dress? How could she describe her so accurately? It wasn't just that she was claiming to see a grandma. Kids have imaginary friends all the time. It was the specific details that terrified me, details she shouldn't have known. I forced myself to finish making lunch, burning the grilled cheese in the process. When Lily came to the kitchen, she acted completely normal, as if nothing unusual had happened. I tried to casually ask her more about Grandma, but she just shrugged and said she had gone away. Will she come back? I asked, trying to sound nonchalant. She said she'll visit sometimes, Lily replied, biting into her sandwich. She likes watching me play. That night, after Lily went to bed, I sat in the living room with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. I kept thinking I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. I called Dave and tried to explain what had happened, but even as I said the words, I felt ridiculous. He suggested that Lily must have noticed the photo and made up a story about it. But how would she know about the white lace? I asked. You can barely see it in the photo. Kids are observant, he said, and they have good imaginations. I wanted to believe him. I really did. The next morning, I took the photo of my grandmother down from the wall and hid it in our bedroom closet. I didn't tell Lily I'd moved it. If she mentioned it, that would mean she'd been aware of the photo all along, and maybe Dave was right. For a week, nothing happened. No more talk of Grandma. I started to relax, convincing myself it had been a strange coincidence or that Lily had somehow noticed the photo after all. Then, while giving Lily a bath the following Tuesday, she looked past me toward the bathroom door and smiled. Grandma says she likes your new haircut, Mommy. I'd gotten my hair trimmed the day before. I whipped around to look at the empty doorway, my heart pounding. She says you look pretty with short hair, like when you were in high school. Lily continued, splashing in the water. I'd had a pixie cut in high school, something I hated and quickly grew out. There were photos of me with that haircut, But they were all at my parents' house, not ours. I'd never shown them to Lily. Lily, I said, my voice trembling, please stop. There's nobody there. She looked confused. But she's right there, Mommy. She's smiling at you. I grabbed a towel and yanked Lily out of the tub so quickly she started crying. I mumbled apologies as I dried her off and got her into her pajamas, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone in the bathroom. That night, I barely slept. I kept waking up, convinced someone was standing at the foot of our bed. When Dave came home the next day, I told him everything, including the bathroom incident. This time, he looked concerned. Maybe we should ask your mom about it, he suggested. See if there's anything about your grandmother that might explain this. I called my mom that evening and tried to sound casual as I asked about her mother. Had she ever mentioned wanting to meet her great-grandchildren? Had she had any special connection to children? Well, she was a kindergarten teacher for 40 years, my mom said. She loved children. Why do you ask? I hesitated, then told her about Lily's conversations with Grandma Eleanor. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Mom, I finally said, it's just, my mother always said she'd come back to meet her great-grandchildren, she replied quietly. She made me promise before she died that I'd tell them about her. I guess I never really did that with Lily, did I? A chill ran through me. No, you didn't. There's something else, my mom continued. The last time I saw her in the hospital, she was upset that she wouldn't get to see her great-grandchildren. She made me promise to tell them she'd be watching over them. I thought it was just the medication talking. I couldn't speak. Vanessa, are you still there? Yeah, I managed. I'm here. Do you think, is it possible? My mom couldn't finish the sentence. I don't know, I said honestly. I really don't know. After that conversation, the visits from Grandma Eleanor became less frequent, but never stopped entirely. Lily would occasionally mention her, always with the same matter-of-factness. Grandma says it's going to rain tomorrow, or Grandma likes your new plant. Sometimes she'd get a faraway look in her eyes and smile at empty spaces. It's been over 2 years now, and I still don't have an explanation. I've tried to convince myself it's just a child's imagination, but there have been too many inexplicable details, too many things Lily couldn't possibly know. Last month, we were looking through old family albums with my parents, and Lily stopped at a photo of my grandmother I'd never seen before. It showed Eleanor as a young woman in her 20s, long before I was born. That's Grandma, Lily said, pointing. My mom looked surprised. Yes, that's right. How did you know that? Lily shrugged. I just know her. Then she looked at me with those innocent eyes and added, she has the same smile in this picture as when she visits me. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that my daughter seems to have a relationship with my grandmother who died years before she was born, and sometimes, late at night when I check on Lily sleeping, I swear I can smell a faint trace of my grandmother's perfume, lily of the valley, hanging in the air of her bedroom. I've never believed in ghosts, but now I'm not so sure. Story 15. I've never told anyone this story outside of my 2 closest friends. For years I've been afraid that writing it down would somehow bring them back into my life, but I can't keep this bottled up anymore. I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. Maybe someone here can help me understand what happened. I first saw one when I was 10 years old, living in rural Pennsylvania with my parents. We had this big backyard that stretched into a dense forest. I used to play there all the time, building forts and pretending I was exploring uncharted territory. One afternoon in late October, I wandered a bit deeper than usual, following a rabbit trail. The woods were quiet that day. Too quiet, I realize now. No birds, no rustling leaves, just dead silence. That's when I noticed the wind chimes. We didn't have any in our yard, and none of our neighbors lived close enough for me to hear theirs. The sound was delicate, almost musical, but somehow wrong, like it was slightly off-key. I followed the sound, curious and completely unaware of the danger, and then I saw it. Standing between two oak trees was this thing. It was enormous, at least 10 feet tall, with skin so pale it almost glowed in the dimming afternoon light. It looked humanoid, but wrong in every possible way. Its proportions were off, too muscular, limbs too long. But it was its face that still haunts my nightmares. Its eyes were just black, beady dots sunken into its face, no whites, no irises, just endless darkness that seemed to swallow me whole. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. I just stood there, paralyzed, as the thing stared at me. Then the strangest thing happened. I started walking toward it. Not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't stop myself. It was like my body wasn't mine anymore. With each step, the wind chime sound grew louder, more distorted. I don't know what would have happened if my mom hadn't called my name right then. Her voice broke whatever hold that thing had on me, and I snapped out of it. When I looked back, the creature was gone, and the wind chime sound had stopped. I ran home crying and terrified, but when I tried to tell my parents, they just thought I had an overactive imagination. After a few weeks of nightmares, I convinced myself it was just a weird daydream. 6 years passed. We moved to Texas when I was 12, and I mostly forgot about the incident. I made friends online through a gaming forum, Shai and Catan. She was my age, 16, and Catan was 14. We clicked right away, sharing similar interests in horror games and supernatural stuff. The irony doesn't escape me now. It was about 4 months ago when everything started again. I was video chatting with Shi one night when he suddenly went pale. He was staring at something outside his window. "Lily, there's someone by the tree line watching my house," he whispered, barely moving his lips. I told him to take a picture, thinking it was probably just a neighbor or something. When he sent the image, my blood turned to ice. It was blurry and dark, but I could make out a tall, white figure standing at the edge of the woods behind his house. The same creature I'd seen years ago. I didn't tell him about my experience then. I was too shocked, too scared that somehow I'd caused this by remembering it. I just told him to lock his doors and stay inside. He didn't sleep that night, and neither did I. 3 days later it found me. I was at my computer working on a school project around 11 at night. My parents were asleep, and the house was quiet except for the hum of my laptop. I got this feeling, this awful crawling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. When I turned around, it was standing in my bathroom doorway. The demo walker, that's what we started calling them later, was hunched over to fit in the doorframe, its pale body seeming to glow in the darkness. Its black eyes fixed on me, unblinking. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stared. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I just sat there, frozen in terror, for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then my phone buzzed with a text, breaking the spell. I looked down for just a second, and when I looked back up, it was gone. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely type. But I messaged both Shi and Catan, asking if they were awake. We started a video call immediately. I was still freaking out, trying to explain what I'd seen, when Catan's face went white. "Lily," he interrupted, his voice barely a whisper, "there's something on your stairs behind you." I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I just grabbed my phone and ran out the front door in my pajamas, barefoot, not stopping until I reached the street lamp at the end of our driveway. I stayed there until sunrise, too terrified to go back inside. My parents were furious when they found me there in the morning, but I couldn't tell them why. They'd never believe me. That's when things started getting worse for all three of us. She reported seeing the demo walker near his school, always at a distance, always watching. Catan started hearing strange noises outside his bedroom window at night, a sort of hissing that almost sounded like words. I began hearing the wind chimes again, sometimes in my room, sometimes in the hallway, but always when I was alone. I'd searched the house, looking for the source, but there was never anything there. Just the sound, getting louder and then softer, like whatever was making it was moving around me. About a month after the bathroom incident, I woke up to find my bedroom window wide open. I always keep it locked, always. But there it was, open to the night air, curtains billowing, and on my windowsill were 3 small pebbles, arranged in a perfect triangle. When I told Shie and Katan, they both went quiet. She admitted he'd found the same arrangement on his front porch that morning. Katan found his on his desk when he got home from school. We started researching obsessively, looking for any information about tall, pale creatures in folklore. We found stories about Slender Man, of course, but this was different. These things had faces, horrible faces, and they seemed to be able to affect our minds somehow. We called them demo walkers because Katan said they reminded him of demons walking between worlds. The nightmares started next. Horrible, vivid dreams where I'd see she and Katan being torn apart by the demo walkers while I was forced to watch, unable to move or help. Sometimes the dreams would shift and the creatures would turn on me, doing things I can't bring myself to describe even now. I'd wake up screaming, drenched in sweat, with that damn wind chime sound filling my room. Shie and Katan were having similar nightmares. We started sleeping in shifts, keeping each other awake through video calls. Our grades suffered, and my parents thought I was going through some kind of phase or depression. They took away my phone for a while, which was the worst possible thing they could have done. I needed to know my friends were okay. When I finally got my phone back, I had dozens of missed messages from both of them. They'd been seeing the demo walkers more frequently, sometimes multiple times a day. Katan said one had followed him home from school, staying just far enough behind that other people wouldn't notice, but close enough that he could feel its presence. She reported that they'd started making the hissing sounds too, like they were trying to communicate. One night, about 2 months into this nightmare, she called me in a panic. He'd been home alone when all the lights in his house went out. Using his phone flashlight, he'd gone to check the breaker box in the basement. That's where he saw them, 3 demo walkers standing in a circle in the corner of his basement. They weren't moving, just standing there with their heads bowed, making that horrible hissing sound. He ran out of the house and didn't go back until his parents came home. They found nothing in the basement, but the power was back on. The next day, Katan reported something similar. He'd been taking out the trash when he spotted 2 demo walkers at the edge of his yard, watching him. When he looked directly at them, they retreated into the shadows but didn't leave. They just stood there, partially hidden, watching. I was terrified to be alone, but I couldn't tell my parents why. How do you explain to rational adults that you and your online friends are being stalked by 10-foot-tall monsters that nobody else can see? Then came the worst night of all. I was video chatting with both she and Katan. We'd taken to keeping our calls on all night, even while we slept, as a kind of security measure. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of wind chimes, louder than ever before. On my screen, I could see both boys were still asleep. Then the hissing started, coming from right outside my bedroom door. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed with fear as my doorknob slowly turned. The door creaked open, and there it was, a demo walker, hunched to fit through the doorway. Behind it, I could see 2 more in the hallway. They were communicating with each other through those hissing sounds, their black eyes never leaving me. The one in my doorway took a step forward, then another. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. It was just like in the woods all those years ago. They were controlling me somehow. The demo walker reached out one of its long, pale arms toward me. Its fingers were too long, with too many joints, like spider legs. Just as it was about to touch me, Shai's voice came through my laptop speakers. He'd woken up and was calling my name, asking if I was okay. The creatures froze. Then, in perfect unison, they turned their heads toward my laptop screen. The hissing changed, becoming more urgent, almost angry. The one in my doorway pulled its hand back and made a motion to the others. They retreated, backing away down the hallway. I broke free from whatever hold they had on me and lunged for my phone, turning on the flashlight app and shining it toward the door. The light hit the demo walker square in its face, and it made a sound I'll never forget, like a shriek combined with static. All three creatures vanished, seemingly melting into the shadows. She and Catan were both wide awake now, asking what was happening. I was crying so hard I could barely speak, but I managed to tell them what I'd seen. As I was explaining, Catan suddenly went rigid. He was staring at something off camera, his face drained of all color. "They're here," he whispered. "They're in my room." His video feed cut out. She and I tried calling him back, tried texting, but got no response. For 3 horrible days, we heard nothing from him. I was convinced they'd taken him, that the nightmares were coming true. She and I were desperate, considering calling the police or even trying to contact Catan's parents, though we only knew his first name and approximate location. On the 4th day, Catan finally messaged us. He said he'd been grounded because his parents caught him on his computer at 3 in the morning. He claimed he hadn't seen any demo walkers, that his video had cut out because his dad had come in and unplugged his computer. But something was off. The way he wrote was different, more formal, with none of the abbreviations or slang he usually used. When we got him on video call, he seemed wrong. His expressions were slightly delayed, like he was thinking about how to react. And his eyes, they seemed darker somehow, the pupils too large. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, the demo walkers have stopped appearing to me and she. The wind chimes have gone silent, but Catan keeps insisting we meet up in person, that he has something important to show us about the demo walkers. He's found a way to stop them, he says. She and I have been making excuses. Something's not right with Catan, and we're both terrified that whatever's happening to him might happen to us too. Last night, he sent us both the same message. "They're not what you think they are. They've been trying to warn us. I understand now. Let me show you. I don't know what to do. I don't know what these things are or what they want. All I know is that they're real. They've been stalking us, and now I think they've done something to my friend. Has anyone else encountered anything like this? Does anyone know what demo walkers really are or how to fight them? Please, I need help before they come back for me and Shai too." Story 16. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me that night in Damascus. This was back in 2017 when I was sharing an apartment with my friend Omar near the university. I've never been a heavy cannabis user, but that particular evening I definitely overdid it. It started as a normal Thursday night. Omar was out with his girlfriend, and I decided to stay in and relax. I rolled a joint, stronger than what I usually smoke, and sat on our small balcony overlooking the city lights. I remember taking too many hits too quickly, not respecting how potent it was. By the time I realized I was way too high, it was already too late. The room started spinning, and I felt that horrible wave of nausea wash over me. You know that feeling when you know you've crossed a line? That's where I was. I stumbled to my bedroom, didn't even bother turning on the lights, and just collapsed onto my bed. I was hoping I could just sleep it off, but my stomach had other plans. I didn't even make it to the bathroom. I turned my head to the side and vomited right there on the floor next to my bed. The smell made me feel even worse, but I couldn't move. I just lay there in the dark, sweating, telling myself over and over that it would pass, that I just needed to ride it out. The apartment was completely silent. I could hear the occasional car passing on the street below, but otherwise, it was just me and my racing heartbeat. I remember checking my phone. It was around 1:30 in the morning. Omar wouldn't be back for hours. I must have dozed off for a bit because the next thing I remember is suddenly becoming aware that something wasn't right. You know that feeling when you wake up and instantly know something is off, like that sixth sense we all have. That's what jolted me awake. At first, I thought it was just the cannabis making me paranoid. I was still high, but the nausea had subsided a bit. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to calm my mind, and that's when it happened. Something grabbed my left foot. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't like when someone tries to wake you up by shaking your foot. This was a grip, firm, deliberate, and burning hot. I'm not talking about warm or even feverish. This was like putting your hand on a hot stove. I could feel each individual finger wrapped around my ankle, searing into my skin. My first thought was that I was hallucinating. I've had weird experiences with cannabis before, mild visual distortions, strange thoughts, but nothing like this. This felt real. Too real. The pain from the heat was undeniable. I tried to pull my foot away, but whatever had hold of me was strong, impossibly strong. I kicked with my other foot, connecting with nothing but air. I couldn't see anything in the darkness of my room, but I could feel those burning fingers tightening around my ankle. The fear that hit me then was unlike anything I've ever experienced. It wasn't the rational fear of a mugger or a dangerous animal. This was primal terror, the kind that bypasses all logic and reason. I screamed, a pathetic, choked sound that barely made it past my lips. Somehow, I managed to wrench my foot free. I rolled off the bed and landed hard on the floor, right in the mess I'd made earlier. I didn't care. All I wanted was to get away from whatever was in my room. I scrambled to my feet and ran for the door, not bothering to turn on the light. I could feel my heart pounding so hard it hurt. The short hallway to Omar's room felt a mile long. I kept expecting those burning fingers to grab me again with every step. I burst into Omar's room without knocking. I knew he wasn't home, but somehow being in his space felt safer than being alone. I flipped on his light switch, and the sudden brightness made my eyes water. That's when I felt it again. The burning grip, this time on my left arm just above the elbow. I screamed, a real scream this time, as the fingers dug into my flesh. The pain was excruciating, like someone pressing a hot iron against my skin. But what terrified me more than the pain was that I could see it now. Under the harsh light of Omar's room, I could see what had hold of me, and the sight of it nearly stopped my heart. It was like a walking shadow, pitch black, but somehow darker than the absence of light. It had a vaguely human shape, but distorted, as if someone had taken a person and stretched them in all the wrong places. It had no features that I could discern, no mouth, no nose, nothing except for two glowing red eyes that seemed to burn into my soul. The entity was twisting my arm now, and I could feel the tendons straining. I genuinely thought it was going to break my arm. I was crying, begging it to stop, pleading with it to let me go. The strength it possessed was terrifying. I'm not a small guy. I'm 6 foot tall and I work out regularly, but this thing made me feel like a child. I had the distinct impression that if it wanted to, it could break me in half without effort. The door to the apartment opened, and I heard Omar's voice calling my name. He must have heard my screams from the hallway. I yelled for him to help me, to look at what was happening to me. Omar rushed into his room, confused and alarmed. "What's wrong? What happened?" he asked, looking around wildly. "Can't you see it?" I screamed, pointing at the entity that still had hold of my arm. "It's right here. It's hurting me." The look on Omar's face told me everything. He couldn't see it. Whatever had hold of me was invisible to him. That realization sent a new wave of terror through me. If he couldn't see it, how could he help me? How could anyone help me? "Malik, there's nothing there," Omar said, approaching me cautiously. "Are you high? What did you take?" I couldn't answer him. The entity was twisting my arm harder now, and I cried out in pain. Omar reached for me, trying to calm me down, and his hand passed right through the space where the shadow figure stood. The moment Omar's hand passed through it, the entity let out a sound. Not a sound I heard with my ears, but one I felt in my bones. It was like a low, resonating hum that made my teeth ache and my stomach turn. The pressure on my arm increased. I could feel the heat from its grip, spreading up my arm, burning me from the inside. I dropped to my knees, unable to stay standing under the pain. "Please," I begged, though I wasn't sure if I was pleading with the entity or with Omar to somehow see what was happening to me. "Please make it stop." Omar was on his phone now, probably calling for help, thinking I was having some kind of drug-induced psychotic break. I couldn't blame him. If our positions were reversed, I would have thought the same thing. The entity leaned in close to me, those red eyes just inches from my face. I could feel heat radiating from it, like standing too close to a bonfire. There was a smell, too, something ancient and dusty, like old books left too long in the sun. For what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 2 or 3 minutes, we stayed like that. Me on my knees, this thing burning its grip into my arm. Omar frantically talking on the phone in the background. I couldn't look away from those red eyes. They held me as surely as its grip on my arm. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The burning grip vanished. The shadow figure disappeared. The humming sensation in my bones stopped. I collapsed fully onto the floor, cradling my arm, sobbing with relief and lingering terror. Omar was beside me in an instant, checking me over, asking what was wrong, if I was hurt. I couldn't explain. How do you explain something like that? How do you tell someone you were attacked by something they couldn't see? When I finally managed to look at my arm, I expected to see burn marks, bruises, some evidence of what had happened. There was nothing. My skin was unmarked. The only proof I had that anything had occurred was the lingering sensation of heat in my arm and the memory of those red eyes. Omar got me some water and sat with me until I calmed down. He assumed it was a bad reaction to the cannabis, maybe laced with something. I let him believe that. It was easier than the truth. But I knew what had happened. Growing up in a Muslim household, I'd heard stories all my life about the jinn. Supernatural beings created from smokeless fire who exist alongside humans but in a parallel dimension. Beings who can see us but whom we cannot usually see. Beings who can interact physically with our world when they choose to. I had encountered a jinn that night. I'm certain of it. The burning touch. Jinn are made of fire. The shadow appearance with red eyes. Classic descriptions from Islamic tradition. The fact that Omar couldn't see it. Jinn can choose who perceives them. It's been 5 years since that night, and I've never touched cannabis again. I moved out of that apartment within a week. Omar thought I was overreacting, but he didn't argue when I said I couldn't stay there anymore. Sometimes, usually when I'm alone at night, I feel a warmth on my left arm or ankle, just a slight increase in temperature, as if something is about to grab me again. I don't know if it's phantom sensation or if the jinn is still there, watching me, waiting for another opportunity. I don't know why it chose me or what it wanted. I don't know if it was trying to harm me or if it was attempting to communicate in the only way it could. All I know is that there are things in this world that exist beyond our understanding, things that most people go their whole lives without encountering. I wasn't so lucky, and I live every day wondering if it will come back to finish whatever it started that night in Damascus. Story 17. I still get chills thinking about that house in upstate New York. I'm 32 now, but the memories from my childhood home are burned into my brain like a brand. I've tried therapy, medication, even those weird energy cleansing rituals my girlfriend swears by. Nothing makes the memories fade, so I guess I'm writing this out, hoping that sharing it might help me process what happened. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. My dad was always a bit of an oddball. Back in the 80s, he was heavy into the punk scene, had this massive mohawk and worked at a record store in town. He was the cool dad, the one who'd blast the Clash while making pancakes on Sunday mornings. But he also had this dark, morbid side to him. He collected weird shit, loved horror movies, had shelves full of true crime books. There was this old guy who used to come into the store where my dad worked. Dad said he was probably in his 70s, always wore these bizarre necklaces made of what looked like animal bones. Dad being Dad, he'd chat with the guy about music, then eventually about the necklaces. The old man claimed they had protective properties. Whatever. One day, after they'd known each other for maybe 6 months, my dad jokingly said something like, "Man, you know what would be badass? Having a human skull." Now that would be a conversation piece. He told me he was just shooting the shit, just being edgy or whatever. The old man didn't laugh. He just looked at my dad really intensely and said he could arrange that. Dad brushed it off as the ramblings of a weird old dude. About 3 weeks later, the old guy comes into the store with a paper bag, hands it to my dad and says, "Your request has been fulfilled." Then he just walks out. My dad opens the bag, and there it is, a human skull, a fucking human skull. Not some plastic Halloween decoration. The real deal. Dad said he nearly shit himself. He called his buddy who was in med school, and the guy confirmed it was real. Or at least, it looked real enough that he couldn't tell the difference. Dad was freaked out, but also kinda thrilled in a messed up way. He brought it home that night. My mom went ballistic. She was always superstitious, the opposite of my dad in many ways. She was convinced it was cursed, that it would bring evil into our home. Dad laughed it off, but she made him promise to get rid of it. He said he would, but instead, he just took it down to our unfinished basement and stashed it behind some boxes of Christmas decorations. Classic dad move. Avoid the conflict. Hide the problem. That's when things started to change in our house. The first incident happened about 2 weeks after the skull arrived. My aunt was babysitting my little brother Tommy, who was only about 2 at the time. I was at a friend's house. My aunt went to check on Tommy during his nap and saw him sitting up in his crib, laughing and reaching out toward nothing. When she asked what he was doing, he said, "Playing with the girl." My aunt looked around, saw nothing, and asked what girl. Tommy pointed to empty air and said, "The girl holding me." My aunt grabbed Tommy and called my mom at work. She was so shaken up she refused to babysit in our house again. My mom started seeing things too. She'd catch glimpses of a small girl around the kids' rooms, not a toddler, more like an 8 or 9-year-old with long dark hair, always just out of the corner of her eye, never when she looked directly. She'd hear humming sometimes, like a child singing to herself. But it was the nightmares that really got to her. She started waking up screaming almost every night, drenched in sweat, claiming there were men standing in her closet, watching her. Dad didn't experience anything, or if he did, he never admitted it. He chalked it all up to my mom's overactive imagination and the power of suggestion. That was their relationship in a nutshell. Mom experiencing something intense, Dad dismissing it completely. When I turned 5, I started having problems too. Terrible night terrors. I'd wake up screaming about the bad people in my room. My parents would rush in to find me pointing at empty corners, begging them to make the people go away. I started sleepwalking too. One night when I was about 6, my mom found me sitting cross-legged in front of the TV at 3 in the morning. The TV wasn't on, but I was staring at it intently, laughing occasionally like I was watching something hilarious. Mum said she nearly had a heart attack. When she asked what I was doing, I supposedly told her, "I'm watching my show." The girl put it on for me. Mom tried to take me back to bed, but I threw a fit, saying I wanted to go outside and hang out with my friends. It was the middle of winter and pitch blackout. When she refused, I apparently got really upset and said, "But they're waiting for me. They're right outside the window." Mom said she looked at the window and swears she saw handprints, small, child-sized handprints, pressed against the glass from the outside. We lived on the 2nd floor. My brother Tommy had his own experiences. When he was about 4, he came running into my parents' room in the middle of the night, hysterical. He said he'd woken up and seen Mom standing at the foot of his bed just staring at him. When he called out to her, she didn't respond. He got out of bed and tugged on her nightgown, but she still didn't move or acknowledge him. She just kept staring with this blank expression. Terrified, he ran to my parents' room, where he found Mom sound asleep next to Dad. The footsteps were a constant. We'd hear someone walking up and down the stairs at night, heavy steps like a grown man. Sometimes there'd be knocking on the walls, not like the house settling, but deliberate knocks like someone trying to get our attention. 3 quick raps, pause, then 3 more, over and over. My parents' marriage was already strained, and all this weird shit just made things worse. Dad thought Mom was making mountains out of molehills, and Mom thought Dad was gaslighting her. They finally split when I was 8. Mom got custody of me and Tommy, and we moved out, planning to stay with my grandparents until Mom found a new place. Before we left for good, Mom insisted on emptying out the basement completely. She hired a cleaning crew to help, determined to find that skull and get rid of it properly. They emptied every box, moved every piece of old furniture, swept every corner. The skull was gone, vanished. Dad swore up and down he hadn't moved it or thrown it away. It had just disappeared. The last time I went back to that house was to grab some toys I'd left behind. Dad had already moved in with his new girlfriend, so I had to go with Mom to pick up my stuff. The moment I stepped inside, something felt wrong. The air was heavy, like right before a thunderstorm. I remember standing in the entryway, paralyzed. I couldn't make myself go any further into the house. There was this overwhelming sense of, I don't know how to describe it other than pure terror. Like something was screaming at me to leave, but not with words. It was a feeling so intense, I actually pissed myself standing there. I was 9 years old, standing in my childhood home, urine running down my leg, completely unable to move. Mom found me like that, grabbed my hand and practically dragged me out. We left my toys behind. I never went back again. Dad sold the house a few months later. The weirdest part, as soon as we moved out, everything stopped. No more nightmares, no more sleepwalking. Mom stopped seeing things and slept through the night for the first time in years. It was like whatever had been happening was tied to that house, to that basement, to that skull. I've tried researching the history of our house, looking for clues about who the skull might have belonged to. There's nothing unusual in the records. No murders, no missing children. The old man who gave Dad the skull disappeared too. Dad went back to the record store a few times looking for him, but no one else who worked there even remembered seeing him. I'm a grown man now with a life of my own, but I still can't shake the feeling that something from that house followed me, not in a supernatural way, but in my memories. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear those 3 knocks on the wall. Rap, 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 pause, rap, rap, rap. I've never felt comfortable in basements. I refuse to live anywhere with one. I still wonder about that skull. Where did it come from? Where did it go? And why did its presence seem to open our house to whatever that was? I don't have answers. I probably never will. But I know what I experienced wasn't just an overactive imagination or childhood fears. Something was in that house with us, something that didn't want us there, and sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if it's still there, waiting for the next family to move in. Story 18. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family before. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. I guess I need to get it off my chest after all these years. I was about 6 years old when it all started. We lived in this small 2-bedroom house in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing fancy, just a typical family home with a small yard and a detached garage. The kind of place where nothing out of the ordinary should happen. At first, it was just little things, toys that weren't where I left them, strange cold spots in certain areas of the house, that feeling of being watched when I was alone in my room. You know that sensation when the hair on your neck stands up for no reason? I had that constantly as a kid, but I didn't know it wasn't normal. The first incident I clearly remember happened with my remote-controlled car. It was this cheap red plastic thing my dad got me for my birthday. One afternoon, I was playing with it in the living room when the batteries died. I set it down on the carpet, frustrated, and went to ask my mum for new batteries. When I came back, the car had moved about 3 feet from where I left it. I stood there, confused. I thought maybe I'd forgotten where I put it, but I was certain it had been next to the TV stand. And then, I swear on everything, The wheels turned slightly, without batteries, without the remote, just turned. I ran to get my mom, practically dragging her by the hand. "Mom, Mom, look at my car. It's moving by itself." I was half excited, half terrified. She stood there with me, probably expecting nothing to happen. We waited for maybe 30 seconds when suddenly the wheels turned again and the car moved forward about an inch. My mum's face went pale. She tried to act normal, saying something about the carpet being uneven or static electricity, but I could tell she was shaken. She told me to pick up my toys and get ready for dinner. That night, she checked on me 3 times before I fell asleep. Our house had this weird layout. My parents' bedroom had this old armchair in the corner with a tall lamp next to it. For some reason, I hated that corner. Every time I had to run through their room, I'd sprint past that chair as fast as I could. It felt wrong. Like someone was sitting there watching me, even when the chair was empty. One weekend when I was 7, my dad went on a fishing trip with his buddies. It was just me and Mom at home. That evening, we watched Predator together, which was a huge mistake for a kid my age. I was absolutely terrified by the movie. When bedtime came, I begged my mum to let me sleep in her bed. She agreed, probably because she didn't want to deal with me coming to her room crying in the middle of the night anyway. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from being scared all evening, but something woke me up around 3 in the morning. At first, I thought it was just the house settling or maybe my mom moving in her sleep, but then I saw it. A white, translucent figure walked into the bedroom through the closed door. It wasn't exactly human-shaped, more like a misty outline of a person. It moved slowly, deliberately, toward that corner with the armchair. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. The figure sat down in the chair, and I swear I could see the cushion depress slightly. I must have made some kind of noise, because my mum stirred beside me. The moment she moved, the figure vanished, just gone. I tried to tell her what I saw, but she just mumbled something about bad dreams and pulled me closer. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning I tried to tell her again, but she brushed it off. It was just a nightmare from that scary movie, she said. But the way she avoided looking at the chair told me she knew something. Life went on. I had other experiences. Toys that would turn on by themselves, doors that would close when no one was near them, footsteps in the hallway when everyone was in bed. But my parents always had explanations. The house was settling. The wind was causing drafts. My imagination was overactive. When I was 11, we moved to a different house across town. My dad got a promotion, and we needed more space. I was relieved to leave that house behind. The night before we moved, I swear I heard someone crying in my parents' empty bedroom. It wasn't until I was 16 that my mom finally told me the truth. We were sitting at the kitchen table in our new house, looking through old photo albums. There was a picture of me standing in front of our old house, and I made some comment about how I didn't miss that creepy place. My mom got quiet, then asked, "Do you remember that chair in our bedroom, the one by the lamp?" Of course I remembered it. I told her how I used to run past it because it freaked me out. She took a deep breath and said, "When we bought that house, the realtor told us the previous owner had died there. He was an older man who lived alone. They found him in that chair. Heart attack, they think. He'd been there for days before anyone noticed." I felt cold all over. "Why didn't you tell me?" "We didn't want to scare you," she said. "But there's more." She went on to explain that she and my dad had often seen someone sitting in that chair at night, a figure that would disappear when they turned on the lights. They'd hear footsteps when no one was walking. Once, my dad's watch went missing for 3 days, then suddenly appeared on that chair. "Remember when your cousin Jimmy stayed over that summer?" she asked. I nodded. "The next morning, he asked your dad why he was standing in the hallway all night. Your dad had been asleep beside me the whole time." It was like a floodgate opened. My mom told me how they'd had a priest come bless the house when I was about 4. how they'd researched the history of the property and found that the man who died there had lost his wife and son in a car accident decades earlier, how they'd considered moving many times before we actually did, but couldn't afford it. "That night you saw something in our room," she said quietly. "I saw it too. I just didn't want to scare you more than you already were." After we moved, I thought the weird experiences would stop. For a while they did. But when I hit high school, something else started happening. I began experiencing severe sleep paralysis. I'd wake up unable to move, feeling a heavy pressure on my chest. Sometimes I'd see shadows moving around my room. The worst episode happened when I was 17. My grandmother had recently passed away, and I was sleeping in our guest room where she used to stay when she visited. I woke up around 2 in the morning, completely paralyzed. Standing over me was a black figure, not misty like the white one from my childhood, but solid and dark, like a hole in reality. It didn't move, just stood there, staring down at me with no face, no features at all. I tried to scream but couldn't. The pressure on my chest was unbearable. Just when I thought I might pass out, my dad opened the door to check on me. He later said he heard me making strange, gasping sounds. The moment the hallway light spilled into the room, the figure was gone. The sleep paralysis episodes continued through college, though less frequently. Now, at 28, I still occasionally see things in the corner of my eye. Quick movements, shadows where there shouldn't be any. Nothing as vivid as what I experienced as a child, though. I've read that children are more receptive to paranormal experiences. Some theories suggest the calcification of the pineal gland through fluoride exposure might explain why adults less frequently experience supernatural phenomena. I don't know if that's true, but I do know what I saw as a child was real. My mother's confirmation years later only validated what I'd always felt. Last year, curiosity got the better of me, and I drove by our old house. New people live there now, a young couple with a toddler. I almost stopped to warn them about the chair, the corner, the presence that never left. But what would I say? "Excuse me, strangers, but your house is haunted by a dead man who likes to play with RC cars and watch children sleep." Sometimes I wonder if that little kid is experiencing the same things I did, if they run past certain spots in the house without knowing why, if their toys move when no one's touching them, if they wake up in the middle of the night to see someone who isn't there. I still have nightmares about that white figure walking through the door, about the black shape standing over my bed, about the RC car moving across the carpet with no batteries. Real or not, those experiences shaped me. They're as much a part of me as any other memory, and sometimes, on quiet nights when I'm alone in my apartment, I still get that feeling of being watched, that sensation of not being alone. And I wonder if whatever was in that house followed me after all. Story 19. I've been holding this inside for almost 5 years now, and I need to finally share it. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened, and I've only told my mom and my boyfriend because I was afraid people would think I'm crazy. But I know what I experienced. My grandmother, who we called Vovo, passed away in November 2018 after suffering from Alzheimer's for 3 years. It was brutal watching her decline. She'd been this vibrant, strong-willed woman who made the best brigadeiros in our town and knew everyone's birthday by heart. By the end, she couldn't recognize any of us. Not my mum, not my aunts, not me. And I had lived with her for 2 years while studying. I work at the regional airport in our town in northern Brazil. It's not huge, maybe 15 flights a day at most. I'm at the check-in counter, helping people with their boarding passes, baggage issues, that kind of stuff. It's usually pretty straightforward work, though sometimes stressful when flights get delayed or cancelled and people get upset. But I like helping travelers. When Vovo got really sick, I would leave work and go straight to the care facility to sit with her. Most days, she would just stare blankly or sleep. Sometimes she would get agitated and the nurses would have to sedate her. It broke my heart seeing her like that. This shell of the woman who used to scold me for not eating enough and taught me how to dance foro. About 3 days before she died, something weird happened. I was sitting next to her bed, just scrolling through my phone because there wasn't much else to do. She'd been unresponsive all day. Suddenly she grabbed my hand hard and her eyes focused on me. It was like she was actually seeing me for the first time in months. "Marina," she said, and my heart nearly stopped because she hadn't said my name in over a year. I leaned in close and said, "I'm here, Vovo, I'm right here." She looked straight into my eyes and just said, "Thank you." Then she patted my hand twice, exactly like she used to do when I was little, and her eyes went vacant again. She slipped back into that foggy state and never came back to us. She died 3 days later. The funeral was small. My mom was a wreck. I tried to stay strong for her, but I was devastated too. I kept thinking about that moment of clarity Vovo had. What was she thanking me for visiting, for holding her hand while she died? I couldn't stop thinking about it. I took only 3 days off work after the funeral. My supervisor was understanding, but said I could take more time if I needed. But honestly, sitting at home was making me more depressed. At least at work, I could focus on other things, help other people with their problems, instead of dwelling on my own grief. So there I was, back at work about 2 weeks after Vovo died. It was a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays are always slower at our airport. I was at the desk helping an angry businessman whose flight was delayed when I felt someone watching me. You know that feeling when eyes are on you? I glanced over the man's shoulder and saw an elderly woman standing near the water fountain, just looking at me. I didn't think much of it at first. I finished with the businessman and helped a couple with their oversized luggage. When I looked up again, the woman was closer, maybe 15 feet away, still watching me. That's when I first noticed how much she looked like Vovo, not the sick Vovo from the care facility, but like photos of her from 10 years ago, before the disease took hold. She had the same high cheekbones, the same way of standing with one hip slightly cocked. Her hair was silver white and cut in that same bob Vovo always wore. She was even wearing a floral dress similar to ones my grandmother loved. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I blinked hard, thinking maybe grief was making me see things. When I opened my eyes, she was still there, and now she was smiling at me. My co-worker Julia nudged me. "Someone's trying to get your attention," she said, nodding toward the woman. So she wasn't a hallucination. Julia could see her too. My shift was ending anyway, so I logged out of my computer and walked toward the woman, feeling strangely nervous. As I got closer, the resemblance to Vovo was even more striking. The same deep laugh lines around her mouth, the same slightly crooked nose from when she'd broken it falling off a horse as a girl, a story she'd told me dozens of times. "Can I help you, Senora?" I asked, my voice coming out shakier than I intended. The woman smiled wider. "Ah, there you are. Yes, I need help finding the restroom. My eyes aren't what they used to be, and I can't read the signs very well." Her voice wasn't exactly like Vovo's. It was a bit higher pitched, but she had the same northeastern accent, the same way of stretching certain vowels. "Of course," I said. "It's this way." "That would be lovely. Could I hold your arm? I'm a bit unsteady." I offered my arm, and she slipped her hand through it. Her touch was warm and firm, not the fragile, papery skin I remembered from Vovo's last days. We started walking slowly toward the restrooms near Gate 7. "Are you traveling today?" I asked, trying to sound normal despite my racing heart. "Yes," she said. "I'm going to see my family. It's been too long. I've been sick, you see, but I'm better now, finally better." My stomach dropped. I nearly stumbled but caught myself. "I'm glad you're feeling better," I managed to say. She patted my arm with her free hand, 2 quick pats. Exactly like Vovo used to do. "It was terrible being sick," she continued as we walked. "The worst part was not recognizing the people I love. Can you imagine looking at your own daughter, your own granddaughter, and not knowing who they are?" I couldn't speak. My throat had closed up entirely. Tears were forming in my eyes. But I knew somewhere deep inside, she said softly, even when I couldn't say it, I knew who was there with me, who stayed. We reached the restroom, and I was almost relieved, because I didn't know how much longer I could hold myself together. Here we are, I said, my voice cracking. Thank you, querida. I won't be long. She disappeared into the restroom, and I stood there frozen, unable to move. Was I losing my mind? Was grief making me project my grandmother onto this random elderly traveler? But how could a stranger know about Vovo's illness, about not recognizing her family? I leaned against the wall, trying to calm my breathing. A young mother walked by with a crying baby. A group of teenagers laughed loudly about something on one of their phones. A cleaning lady mopped up a spill near the water fountain. Normal airport life continued all around me, while I was having what felt like an existential crisis. About 5 minutes later, the woman emerged from the restroom. She spotted me and smiled that familiar smile again. Still here? You're such a good girl. Always were. She reached up and patted my cheek. Her hand smelled like the lavender soap from the bathroom, but underneath that was another scent I recognized instantly. The coconut hand cream Vovo always used. I have to go now, she said. My flight is boarding soon. Which flight are you taking? I asked, suddenly desperate to keep her there, to understand what was happening. She looked at the departures board. That one, she said, pointing vaguely. It's time for me to go. Do you need help getting to your gate? I asked quickly. No, querida, I know where I'm going now. She smiled and took both my hands in hers. I just wanted to say thank you properly, for everything, for sitting with me even when I didn't know you were there, for holding my hand until the end. Tears were streaming down my face now. I didn't care who saw me crying in the middle of the airport. Vovo? I whispered, so quietly I barely heard it myself. She didn't directly answer. She just leaned forward and kissed my cheek, then whispered, "You'll be all right now. I'm all better. No more confusion, no more pain." I couldn't stop myself. I hugged her tight, breathing in that familiar coconut scent. "I love you," I said into her shoulder. "I know, Marina. I've always known." When we separated, she wiped a tear from my cheek, gave me one more smile, and then turned and walked toward the gates. I stood rooted to the spot, watching her silver-white hair bob through the crowd. She turned once to wave, and then continued on. I should have followed her. I know that now. I should have at least watched which gate she went to, what flight she boarded. But I was so stunned, so overwhelmed, that I just stood there until she disappeared into the crowd of travelers. When I finally pulled myself together, I rushed to the nearest gate agent, my co-worker, Paolo. "The elderly woman in the floral dress," I gasped. "Which flight is she on?" Paolo looked confused. "What woman?" "She just went this way." I pointed down the corridor. "White hair, floral dress, probably in her 70s. Paolo shook his head. "I haven't seen anyone like that board. And we only have one flight leaving from this gate today to Recife, and it's delayed another hour." I ran to the security checkpoint. The guards there said no elderly woman in a floral dress had passed through in the last half hour. I checked every gate. I described her to every agent. No one had seen her. No one had checked in a passenger matching her description. It was as if she had vanished. I've replayed that day in my mind 1,000 times. Sometimes I think I imagined the whole thing, that grief made me see what I needed to see. But then I remember the coconut smell on her hands, the way she patted my cheek, how she knew my name when I never told her what it was. I still work at the airport. Sometimes I find myself scanning the faces of elderly passengers, looking for her. I never see her again, but I keep that moment with me, that impossible goodbye that somehow gave me the closure I needed. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it if someone else told me this story. But I know what happened that day at Gate 7. My grandmother found a way to come back, just for a moment, to say goodbye properly, to say thank you one last time. And somehow, that made all the difference. Story 20. I've been working in film production for almost 8 years now, and I've seen my fair share of weird stuff on set. Long hours, sleep deprivation, and stress can make people hallucinate or get jumpy. But what happened at Rosewood Manor last October wasn't something I can explain away with exhaustion or imagination. I'm still trying to make sense of it months later. I was working as a lighting technician on a low-budget horror film called The Haunting at Blackwood. Yeah, I know, another generic haunted house movie. The irony isn't lost on me. We were shooting at this old house called Rosewood Manor, built sometime in the 1940s. It was this massive, creaky place with dark wood paneling, vintage wallpaper, and those old crystal doorknobs that catch the light in a weird way. Perfect for a horror film, but maybe a little too perfect looking back. The production had rented the place for 10 days of shooting. It was actually cheaper than building sets, and the director wanted that authentic, creepy vibe you can't fake on a soundstage. The house had 2 main floors, a basement that smelled like mildew and old laundry, and this tiny attic space accessible by a narrow staircase. The owner warned us to be careful with the place since it was supposedly some kind of historical landmark, though I don't remember any significant history attached to it. From day one, there was something off about certain parts of the house. The living room, kitchen, and most of the downstairs felt normal enough. Cold and drafty, but normal. But the master bedroom on the second floor, and especially the attic, had this energy that made the hair on your arms stand up. Even our gaffer Mike, who's this tough ex-military guy who doesn't believe in anything supernatural, called it bad juju and avoided going up there alone. At first, we all joked about it. Don't go in the attic alone or the ghost will get you. That kind of thing. But by the 3rd day, nobody was laughing anymore. Equipment would malfunction only in those rooms. Batteries that were fully charged would suddenly die. Lights would flicker despite being on separate circuits from the house's old wiring. The sound guys kept picking up strange interference, like whispers or breathing, that couldn't be explained. I remember our boom operator, Jen, refusing to go back into the attic after she swore someone whispered her name right in her ear when she was alone up there. The director nearly fired her until the sound designer played back what the mic had picked up. There was definitely something that sounded like her name being whispered, but none of us had been near her at the time. We were about 7 or 8 days into the shoot when it happened. We were setting up for a scene in the master bathroom, connected to that creepy bedroom. It was a tight space, one of those vintage bathrooms with the clawfoot tub and tiny hexagonal floor tiles. The scene involved the main actress finding something horrifying in the medicine cabinet. Pretty standard horror stuff. Because of the limited space, we could only fit the essentials in there. 1 camera on a tripod, minimal lighting equipment, and just a few crew members. I was adjusting a small LED panel to create shadows on the actress's face for that horror movie look. The director, Tim, was watching from the bedroom on a monitor since there wasn't room for him in the bathroom. We had our lead actress, Mara, standing in front of the medicine cabinet mirror, and the supporting actor, David, was positioned just outside the bathroom door where he'd rush in after hearing her scream. The first AD called for quiet, and we were all standing perfectly still, waiting for Tim to call action. The bathroom was dead silent. You could hear the old house creaking as it settled. My legs were starting to cramp from holding an awkward position to stay out of the camera's frame. Then suddenly, through the walkie-talkie system, we heard Tim's voice, angry and confused. "Who the hell is that person in the frame? Get them out of there." We all looked at each other, bewildered. There were only supposed to be 2 actors in the shot. Mara in front of the mirror, and David waiting for his cue by the door. The camera operator, Pete, spoke into his headset. "What person? We only have Mara and David here." Tim's voice came back, now with an edge of concern. "There's someone else in the shot, standing right next to Mara. I can see black pants and black leather shoes." A chill ran down my spine. I could clearly see Mara standing alone in front of the mirror. There was nobody else beside her. Not from where we were standing anyway. "Tim, there's nobody else in here," I said into my own headset. "Just Mara and David, and us crew behind the camera." There was a pause, and then Tim's voice again, now with a tremor. "I'm looking at the monitor right now. There's someone standing next to her. I can only see from about the knees down. Black pants, black leather shoes, polished ones like dress shoes." The makeup artist Sandra whispered, "None of us wear shoes like that on set. We all have sneakers or work boots." She was right. In film production, you're on your feet for 12 to 16 hours a day. Nobody wears dress shoes. We all looked down at our footwear automatically, all sneakers, work boots, and comfortable flats. The first AD, clearly unsettled but trying to maintain professionalism, said, "Let's reset. Maybe there's something wrong with the feed to the monitor." Pete checked the camera while I adjusted my light. Mara was visibly uncomfortable, constantly looking to her side where this figure was supposedly standing. "Is this some kind of joke?" she asked, her voice shaking slightly. "Because it's not funny." We assured her it wasn't a joke. Nobody was laughing. Pete looked through the viewfinder again and went pale. "Tim," he said slowly into his headset, "I don't see anyone else in the frame through the camera, but there's something weird about the shadow on the wall." By now, everyone was on edge. The bathroom suddenly felt 10 degrees colder. I swear I could see my breath, though it was October and the heating was on. Tim came in from the bedroom, squeezing past equipment to look through the camera himself. "I saw it clear as day on the monitor," he insisted. "Someone standing right there." He pointed to the empty space beside Mara. We decided to check the monitor feed. Maybe there was some kind of technical glitch or interference. The digital imaging technician reviewed what had been captured, and that's when things got even stranger. On the monitor playback, for just a few frames, you could indeed see what looked like the lower portion of someone standing next to Mara, from about the knees down, just as Tim had described. Black pants, polished black leather shoes, old-fashioned ones like from decades ago. But there was nobody there in the room with us, nobody wearing those clothes. We moved the camera, checked the lens for smudges or damage, and put it back in exactly the same position. Pete looked through the viewfinder again and said the mysterious figure was gone from the frame. By this point, Mara was refusing to continue the scene. She kept saying she felt like someone was breathing on her neck. David, usually the jokester of the cast, was uncharacteristically quiet. The energy in that bathroom had changed completely. It felt heavy, oppressive, like the air before a thunderstorm. Tim tried to salvage the situation. "Let's take a break, regroup, and shoot a different scene downstairs." As we started to pack up equipment, the bathroom door suddenly slammed shut, trapping Mara, me, and Pete inside. The old door had no lock, but it wouldn't budge when we tried to open it, like someone was holding it closed from the other side. We could hear the rest of the crew trying to pull it open from the bedroom. That's when the lights I had set up began to flicker, despite not being connected to the house's electrical system. They were running on battery packs. The temperature dropped even further, and I'm not exaggerating when I say I could see frost forming on the mirror. Mara started crying, pressing herself against the wall farthest from the mirror. Pete was still trying to force the door open. I stood frozen, watching as the mirror began to fog up, as if someone was breathing on it. Then, slowly, letters began to appear in the fog on the mirror, like someone was writing with their finger. "My house." I'm not ashamed to admit, I screamed. The door suddenly gave way, and we all tumbled out into the bedroom. Tim was white as a sheet. "We're wrapping for the day," he announced. No one argued. As we hurriedly packed our gear, no one wanted to be alone in any room. We worked in pairs, practically running through our breakdown process. I was unplugging a light in the hallway when I glimpsed something at the end of the corridor. A tall, dark figure, just standing there. I blinked, and it was gone. In the rush to leave, somebody noticed something none of us had seen before. an old black and white photograph hanging in the downstairs hallway. It showed the original owners of Rosewood Manor from the 1940s standing in front of the house. The man wore a dark suit with black pants and polished leather shoes. We finished the film eventually, but Tim rewrote the script to minimize scenes in the master bedroom and attic. Nobody wanted to go back in there. We had to bring in a priest to bless the set before some of the crew would return to work. When the movie was finally released, there's a scene, the one we were shooting that day, where if you pause it at exactly the right moment, you can see it, right next to our actress, the bottom half of someone who wasn't there, someone wearing black pants and polished leather shoes, someone who wasn't part of our cast or crew. I've worked on dozens of productions since then, but I still get chills whenever I think about Rosewood Manor and our unwanted extra. Whatever or whoever it was, I think it was sending us a message. Some spaces don't belong to us, even temporarily, and sometimes, when you're making a horror movie, the real horror is what's already there, waiting to be seen. Story 21. I've never really told anyone about this. Not fully, anyway. It's been more than 15 years since it happened, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I lived in rural Montana with my family, Mom, Dad, little brother Jake, and our dog Rex. We had this old 2-story farmhouse that sat on about 5 acres of land. Nothing fancy, just a simple country home with creaky floors and drafty windows, but it was home. Everything was normal until I hit 5th grade. I was 10 years old when it started. Just little things at first, that feeling you get when you think someone's watching you. I'd be doing homework in my bedroom and suddenly feel like I wasn't alone anymore. I'd look up, expecting to see Mom in the doorway or Jake being annoying, but there'd be nothing. Just an empty doorway and that lingering sensation of being observed. I remember the exact day it all started getting weird. It was July 4th, 2007. We'd had a small barbecue with some neighbors. Nothing crazy. Mom had put up these tacky decorations, this little American flag windmill thing, and a red, white, and blue basket on the kitchen counter. Everyone had gone to bed except me. I was grabbing a glass of water when I noticed the little windmill decoration start spinning on its own. Not like it was caught in a draft or anything. It was spinning fast, then stopping, then spinning again, like someone was flicking it with their finger. The basket next to it started rocking slightly too. I stood there frozen, watching these objects move by themselves in our completely still kitchen. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the air conditioning had kicked on. Maybe the ice maker in the fridge had caused a vibration. I gulped down my water and ran back upstairs to my room, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed in our house. About a week later, I was lying in bed when I noticed something in the corner of my ceiling. This weird cluster of what looked like static balls, like tiny dots of light that moved together in a cloud. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me in the dark. I'd squint through barely open eyelids, pretending to be asleep while watching this thing float slowly around the corner of my room. I was terrified, but also curious. What was it? Why was it in my room? I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? Mom would say it was a nightmare or my imagination. Dad would just check for bugs in the attic. So I kept quiet and watched this static cloud appear night after night, always staying in the corners at first. But as summer turned to fall, everything got worse. The static didn't stay in the corners anymore. It started moving around my entire room, floating across the ceiling, down the walls, hovering above my dresser. And then one night in September, I felt it touch me. I was almost asleep when I felt it, light pressure on my arm, like fingertips gently tapping. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. The touch moved slowly up my arm, across my shoulder, to my neck. It wasn't painful, just deliberate, like it was exploring me. I pulled the covers over my head, but it didn't help. I could still feel it through the blanket, those invisible fingertips continuing their exploration. Night after night it came back, always starting with the static cloud forming in a corner, then floating around, and finally the touching would begin. Any part of my body that was exposed, face, hands, feet, would become a target for this thing's curious exploration. Sometimes it was just a light tap here and there. Other nights it would be more persistent, like it was trying to get my attention, fingers drumming on my skin in a rhythmic pattern. The worst part was the whispering. It didn't happen every night like the touching, but sometimes I'd hear it coming from the wall next to my bed. Never clear enough to make out words, just hushed, urgent sounds, like someone trying to tell me something important but couldn't quite break through. The wall would sometimes feel cold in that spot, colder than the rest of the room. I developed strategies to cope. I figured if I didn't acknowledge it, didn't scream, didn't look directly at it, didn't react when it touched me, maybe it would get bored and go away. I'd lie perfectly still, breathing evenly, pretending to be asleep, while this thing hovered over me, touching my face, my arms, my legs. Sometimes I'd count in my head to distract myself. 1, 2, 3, all the way to thousands some nights, just counting until morning came. I started finding excuses to not sleep in my room. I'd convinced Jake to have sleepovers in my room, knowing that when he was there, the thing rarely appeared. Poor kid got in trouble so many times for being out of bed when Mum would check on us. I'd pretend to be asleep while he'd get scolded for wandering around at night. I feel guilty about that now, but I was desperate. Weekends were my salvation. I'd camp out in the living room, claiming I wanted to watch late-night TV, or I'd crash in the guest room, saying my room was too hot or too cold. The thing almost never followed me to other rooms. It was like it was attached to my bedroom somehow. I tried telling Mom once, when we were at the grocery store. I figured being away from the house might make her more receptive. "Mom," I said, trying to sound casual, "I think there's something in my room at night." She barely looked up from the produce she was examining. "What, like a mouse? We can put some traps out." "No, not a mouse. Something else. Something that moves around and—" I couldn't bring myself to say touches me. It sounded too weird, too scary when said out loud. "Lily, honey, you're watching too many of those ghost shows. Your imagination is running wild." She patted my head like I was 5 instead of 10 and moved on to the dairy section. I tried my grandmother too, when she visited that fall. Grandma was always more open to spiritual things, as she called them. She listened more carefully than Mom had, but in the end, she just gave me a dream catcher to hang over my bed. "This will catch all the bad dreams, Lilypad," she said, using her nickname for me. The dream catcher did nothing. The thing still came every night. There was a pattern to it all. The activity was always worse in fall and winter. During summer months, it would almost disappear completely. Maybe just an occasional feeling of being watched, but no static cloud, no touching. But as soon as the leaves started changing and the air got crisp, it would return with a vengeance. I started saying "I love you" to everyone in my family every night before bed. Not because I was suddenly more affectionate, but because I was genuinely afraid I might not survive until morning. What if one night, this thing decided to do more than just touch me? What if it wanted to hurt me? I needed my family to know I loved them, just in case. The strangest part about all of this was how normal everything seemed during the day. My room was just a room. Posters of bands I liked on the walls, homework on the desk, clothes scattered on the floor. Nothing sinister, nothing unusual, but as soon as the sun went down, it transformed into this place of dread for me. I remember one particularly bad night in the middle of winter. It was around 2 in the morning, and I'd been feeling the thing touch my face for what seemed like hours. Suddenly, the touching stopped, and the static cloud gathered directly above me, bigger than I'd ever seen it before. It started to lower itself toward me, and for the first time, I broke my rule of non-acknowledgement. I whispered, "Please stop." The static froze in place, hovering just inches from my face. We stayed like that for what felt like forever. Me holding my breath, the static cloud suspended above me. Then slowly, it retreated back to the corner and disappeared. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. After about 2 years of this nightly terror, 2 years of being touched by something I couldn't see, couldn't understand, it stopped, just stopped. No gradual tapering off, no final goodbye. One night it was there, touching me as usual, and the next night, nothing. I waited for it to return, both dreading and expecting it each night, but it never came back. I lived in that house for 8 more years without another incident. No static clouds, no invisible fingers, no whispers from the walls. It was like it had never happened. I almost convinced myself it had all been in my head, just an overactive imagination or some weird sleep disorder. But even now, living in a completely different state, in my own apartment, sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night with that familiar feeling of being watched. I'll scan the corners of my ceiling, looking for that static cloud. And sometimes, though I've never admitted this to anyone, I swear I can feel the lightest touch on my arm or face, just for a second, like a reminder that whatever it was real, and maybe it's still out there somewhere, touching other people in the dark. I never found out what it was or why it chose me. My best guess is that it was somehow connected to that specific house, maybe even my specific room, but that doesn't explain why it focused on me and not my brother or parents. And it doesn't explain why it stopped so suddenly after 2 years. Sometimes I wonder if it's still in that house, waiting for the next kid to move into my old bedroom. I've thought about trying to find out who lives there now, maybe warning them somehow. But what would I say? Hey, watch out for the invisible thing that might touch you at night. They'd think I was crazy. All I know is that for 2 years of my childhood, something unexplainable invaded my most private space and made me fear the dark in a way no monster under the bed ever could, because monsters under the bed aren't real. But whatever was in my room, whatever touched me night after night, that was real, and I still have no idea what it was. Story 22. I've never considered myself someone who's easily spooked. Growing up in a small Texas town, we'd tell ghost stories around campfires, but they were just that, stories. At least that's what I thought until this past winter, when something happened that I still can't explain. For context, I'm 19, living with my parents while taking classes at the community college. Our house is pretty old, built in the 70s, with wooden floors that creak and groan when the temperature changes. It's not exactly what you'd call a haunted house, just a regular family home with faded wallpaper and family photos lining the hallway. The winter had been unusually cold for Texas. We'd even gotten snow a few times, which almost never happens here. I first noticed something was off about 3 weeks before the incident. I was home alone, working on an assignment in my room, when I heard someone call my name. It wasn't loud, more like a whisper, but clear enough that I went downstairs thinking my mom had come home early from work. Nobody was there. I brushed it off as my imagination, but then it happened again 2 days later, and again the following week. Always when I was alone, always my name, always in a man's voice I didn't recognize. I never mentioned it to my parents. My dad would have thought I was making it up for attention, and my mom would have worried herself sick. Then came that day in January, a Friday. The forecast called for more snow, and my parents decided to stock up on groceries before the roads got bad. I stayed home despite feeling uneasy about being alone in the house. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I was 19, for God's sake, not some little kid afraid of the dark. The house was freezing that day. Our heating system has always been temperamental, and the temperature had dropped to around 20 degrees outside. I bundled up in my pajamas, a thick sweater, and wrapped myself in my favorite blanket in the living room. I settled into the old brown recliner my dad usually claims and turned on a classic movie, The Shining. ironically enough. Not the best choice given my state of mind, but I'd seen it before and wasn't really paying much attention anyway. I must have dozed off about halfway through the movie. The house was quiet, except for the soft dialogue from the TV and the occasional crackle from the fireplace. I was in that hazy state between sleeping and waking when I heard it. Jackson. It was a man's voice, close to my ear, like someone was standing right behind the recliner. My eyes snapped open, heart racing, but I didn't move. I stayed perfectly still, listening. Jackson. Again, closer this time. That was enough. I jumped up, throwing the blanket off and spinning around. Nobody was there. I checked behind the chair, behind the couch, even looked under the coffee table like a complete idiot. The living room connected to an open kitchen, and I could see clearly that no one was there either. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Is someone there?" Silence. I walked through the entire house, checking every room, opening closets, looking under beds. I even checked the locks on all the doors and windows. Everything was secure. The house was empty, except for me. Back in the living room, I stood in the center, trying to calm my breathing. This had gone beyond spooky to seriously unsettling. I needed to know if I was imagining things or if something genuinely unexplainable was happening. That's when I decided to set up my phone to record. If I heard the voice again, I'd have proof, either that something supernatural was going on or that I was having some kind of auditory hallucination. Either way, I needed to know. I propped my phone up on the side table next to the recliner, making sure it had a good view of me and most of the living room. I hit record, settled back into the chair, and pulled the blanket up to my chin. The movie had ended, so I switched to some mindless reality show for background noise. Despite being freaked out, I was still exhausted, and it wasn't long before I felt myself drifting off again. I'm not sure how long I slept, maybe 30 minutes. What woke me wasn't the man's voice this time. It was crying, a woman crying, sobbing actually, the kind of deep, gut-wrenching sobs that come from real pain. It wasn't loud at first, more like someone trying to muffle their cries, but it was getting louder. I opened my eyes, still groggy from sleep, and confused about where the sound was coming from. It wasn't coming from the TV. I turned the volume down before dozing off. It wasn't coming from outside either. It was coming from below me. I shifted in the chair, fully awake now, and looked down at the floor. There was a spot next to the recliner where one of the floorboards had broken a few months ago. My dad had placed a temporary board over it until he could properly fix it, but there was still a small gap, maybe half an inch wide. The crying was coming from that gap. I can't properly describe the feeling that washed over me in that moment. It wasn't just fear, it was a bone-deep certainty that whatever was happening wasn't normal. The sound was so specific, so localized to that tiny opening in the floor. It wasn't like it was coming from underneath the house in general. It was coming directly from that hole, like someone was pressing their mouth against it from below. I jumped up so fast I nearly fell over, backing away from the recliner and the floorboard. The crying continued for a few more seconds, growing fainter as I moved away, then stopped completely. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grab my phone from the table. I stopped the recording, then stood in the middle of the room, too scared to move closer to the recliner, but desperately needing to confirm what I'd heard. I put my headphones in and played back the video. The first part was boring, just me sleeping, occasional shifts in position, nothing unusual. Then, about 22 minutes in, there was a faint sound. At first it was so quiet I thought it might be interference, but it grew steadily louder. It was a high-pitched whining noise that distorted the audio slightly as it intensified. The video showed me still asleep, but my face twitched as the sound grew louder. Then my eyes opened, looking confused and still half asleep. I could see the exact moment when I realized where the sound was coming from. My eyes widened and darted to the floor beside the chair. Then I was jumping up, the phone capturing my expression of pure terror as I backed away. The sound on the recording was definitely crying, a woman's voice, breaking with emotion. It wasn't muffled or distant like you'd expect if someone was under the house. It sounded like she was right there in the room with me, her voice somehow channeling through that tiny gap in the floor. I stopped the playback and stood there, staring at the floorboard. The crying had stopped, but the silence felt even more threatening now. I couldn't stay in the house. I grabbed my keys and phone and ran outside without even putting on a coat. It was freezing outside, snow falling steadily, but I couldn't make myself go back in. I sat in my car with the heater running, watching the house like I expected it to do something. I tried calling my parents, but with the snow, cell reception was spotty at best. All I got was voicemail. I sat there for nearly 2 hours, shivering despite the car heater, trying to make sense of what had happened. Was there some logical explanation? Could it have been pipes making strange noises, or the wind somehow channeling through the foundation in a weird way? But I knew those explanations didn't fit what I'd heard. That crying had been human, filled with emotion and pain. As I sat there, I found myself thinking about my brother, Michael. He died when I was 12 and he was 17, a car accident on a rainy night. Michael had always been the brave one, the one who checked under my bed for monsters when we were kids. I wondered what he would do in this situation. I also thought about my grandmother, who was deeply religious. She always said that when faced with something you can't understand, you should turn to faith. I'm not particularly religious myself, but in that moment, I found myself praying, not just for protection, but for understanding. Eventually, I realized I couldn't stay in my car forever. My parents would be home soon, and I didn't want to explain why I was sitting in a freezing car in the driveway. Plus, whatever was in the house, if anything was really there, hadn't actually tried to harm me. It had called my name, yes, and the crying had terrified me, but nothing had jumped out at me or tried to hurt me. I took a deep breath, grabbed my phone, evidence just in case, and went back inside. The house was exactly as I'd left it. Quiet, cold, ordinary. I avoided the living room and went straight to the kitchen, turning on every light as I went. I sat at the kitchen table, positioning myself so I could see down the hallway to the living room, and waited for my parents. They came home about an hour later, laden with grocery bags and complaining about the weather. I helped them unload the car, trying to act normal. I didn't tell them what had happened. What could I say? Hey, I think our house might be haunted by a crying woman under the floorboards. They'd think I was losing it. That night I barely slept. I kept my bedroom door locked and a baseball bat beside my bed. I played music softly all night to mask any sounds that might come from elsewhere in the house. The strangest part. Over the next few days, I found myself thinking less about my own fear and more about the crying I'd heard. It had sounded so broken, so sad. I started wondering if whoever was there wasn't trying to scare me at all. Maybe they were trapped, alone, calling out for help or connection. It's been 2 months since that day, and I haven't heard the voice or the crying since. My dad finally fixed the floorboard properly, sealing up that gap. Sometimes I wonder if that made a difference. I still have the recording on my phone. I've watched it dozens of times, and each time I get the same chill down my spine. But I also feel something else now. A kind of sadness, not just fear. I don't know what was in our house that day. I don't know if it's still there, silent now, or if it's moved on. But I've started praying sometimes, not just for my own protection, but for whatever was crying beneath our floor. Because whatever it was, it sounded like it was suffering, and no one or nothing deserves to suffer alone. Story 23. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family. Even now, typing this out makes my hands shake a little. What happened that summer night when I was 16 changed how I see the world. I'm 37 now, but I still sleep with my windows completely closed and locked, even during heat waves. I grew up in Pine Haven, one of those towns that's so small it barely registers on a map. Everyone knows everyone, and nothing ever happens. The kind of place where the most exciting event is when someone gets a new car or when the high school football team wins a game. My family's house was nothing special. A modest two-story home with a backyard that backed up to the miller's property, separated by an old chain-link fence. That summer was particularly brutal. We didn't have central air conditioning, just a window unit in the living room that struggled to cool even that one room. My bedroom was on the second floor and heat rises, so it was like sleeping in an oven most nights. Dad had been doing some renovations on our back porch, and there were stacks of wooden boards and other construction materials leaning against the fence. He was the type to start projects and then take forever to finish them. The night it happened was in early August. I remember because the county fair had just ended the weekend before. It was sweltering, maybe 90 degrees even at night, and humid as hell. I had a small desk fan that just pushed the hot air around rather than cooling anything. After tossing and turning for what felt like hours, I finally cracked my window open about 6 inches to get some air flowing. It faced the backyard and the fence, with all the construction stuff leaning against it. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was opening my eyes. But something was very, very wrong. The first thing I noticed was the ceiling. It was right in front of my face, not above me where it should be, but right there, maybe 4 inches away. I could see every little bump in the popcorn texture, every little crack in the paint. At first, I thought I was dreaming. I blinked several times, waiting for the image to change, but it didn't. I was suspended in mid-air, floating just below my bedroom ceiling. I wasn't touching my bed. I wasn't touching anything. I was just hanging there. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even breathe properly. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. For a few seconds, I just stared at the ceiling, trying to make sense of what was happening. Then, without warning, I felt like someone had tied a rope around my waist and yanked hard. I was suddenly being pulled downward, back toward my bed. It wasn't a drop. It was more like being sucked through a vacuum, a controlled descent that lasted maybe 2 seconds. I hit my mattress with a soft thud, bouncing slightly. For a moment, I just lay there, paralyzed with fear. Not sleep paralysis, I'd experienced that before. This was different. This was pure, mind-numbing terror. I couldn't move because my brain couldn't process what had just happened to me. That's when I noticed it. In the corner of my room, up near where the walls met the ceiling, there was something moving, a swirling, smoky mass about the size of a basketball. It wasn't exactly grey, but it wasn't black either. Kind of like a storm cloud, but denser and with weird patterns shifting within it. It didn't give off any light, but somehow I could see it clearly even in my dark bedroom. The moment I focused on it, the thing seemed to notice me too. There was no face, no eyes that I could see, but I felt it become aware of me. The sensation was like having someone suddenly stare at you intensely in a crowded room. You just know. What happened next still gives me nightmares. The cloud thing shot across my ceiling, moving faster than anything I've ever seen. It went right over my bed, where I was still lying frozen in terror. I felt a cold rush of air as it passed, like opening a freezer on a hot day. It moved directly toward my window, the window I'd left cracked open. The thing squeezed through that 6-inch gap like it was rushing to escape. The instant it went through, there was a tremendous crash from outside. It was so loud I jumped up in bed, finally able to move again. It sounded like someone had thrown a bowling ball into the pile of wood outside. I ran to the window and looked out. What I saw made no sense. All those wooden boards that had been neatly stacked against the fence were now scattered across both our yard and the miller's. It looked like they had exploded outward from the fence, thrown by some massive force. Some pieces had landed 20 or 30 feet away. I stood there staring, my whole body shaking. Somehow, without anyone telling me, I knew that the thing had needed my open window to get out, and when it did, it had enough force to throw those heavy boards all over the place. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the corner of my room, as far from the window as possible, with my desk lamp on. Every little sound made me jump. I kept expecting the cloud to come back, but it never did. When morning finally came, my dad was pissed about the mess in the yard. He thought some kids had vandalized our property during the night. Mom suggested it might have been a strong wind gust, even though there hadn't been any storms. I didn't say anything. What could I say? Hey, Dad, a smoke monster flew out of my room and exploded your woodpile. He'd have thought I was crazy or making up stories. I helped clean up the scattered boards that morning. Some of them were splintered and broken, like they'd been hit with something heavy. One piece had embedded itself into the miller's tree, about 5 feet off the ground. Dad couldn't figure out how that had happened. Neither could I, really. For weeks afterward, I slept with my lights on and my window firmly closed and locked, despite the heat. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I could see that swirling shape in the corner of my room again, but it was never there. I tried to convince myself it was just a weird dream. Maybe I'd had a vivid nightmare about floating, and coincidentally, some animal had knocked over the woodpile the same night. A raccoon, maybe, or a neighbor's dog. That's what the rational part of my brain wanted to believe. But I knew better. I knew what I had seen and experienced, the feeling of floating, the sensation of being pulled back down, the cold rush as that thing passed over me. Those weren't things my brain could have made up. And the physical evidence outside my window proved something had actually happened. Over the years, I've researched similar experiences. I've read about out-of-body experiences where people report floating above themselves. That part fits, but it doesn't explain the cloud entity or the scattered wood. I've read about poltergeist activity, but those usually happen over time, not in one explosive moment. Nothing quite matches what happened to me. When I was in college, my roommate was into paranormal stuff and suggested I might have experienced an astral projection that somehow attracted an entity. He said maybe my soul, or whatever, had partially left my body, creating an opening that this thing tried to use. When I woke up and my consciousness snapped back into my body, the entity had to flee. It's as good an explanation as any, I guess, but it still doesn't answer what the thing was or where it came from. The strangest part is that I knew, absolutely knew, that the entity needed my open window to escape. How did I know that? It's not like it spoke to me or communicated in any way. It's like the knowledge was just inserted directly into my brain. Sometimes I wonder if it left something behind, some tiny piece of itself that's still with me. That thought terrifies me more than anything else. I've moved several times since then. I went to college, got married, had kids, got divorced, normal life stuff. But I've never again slept with a window open, not even a crack. My ex-wife used to get annoyed about it, especially during summer. Just open the window, she'd say. It's stuffy in here. I never could explain why that was impossible for me. My current apartment is on the 3rd floor of a secure building. There's no way anyone could climb in through my windows. Logically, I know this, but logic doesn't matter when it comes to this fear. Every night before bed, I check that all windows are closed and locked, every single night, for 21 years. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else in Pinehaven ever experienced something similar. Did that thing visit other houses before or after mine? Did it find other open windows to slip through? Or was I somehow special, chosen for some reason I'll never understand? I don't have answers. All I know is what happened that August night when I was 16. Something impossible entered my room, and something impossible left it. And the scattered wreckage it left behind proved I wasn't dreaming. The older I get, the more I try to rationalize it away, but deep down I know what I saw. Some things just can't be explained, and maybe they're not meant to be. All I can do is keep my windows closed and hope that whatever it was, it never finds me again. Story 24. I still get chills whenever I think about what happened that day, and I've been debating whether to share this for months. But I need to get this off my chest, even if most people won't believe me. I live in a small fishing village along the Yangtze River in Hubei province. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and traditions going back hundreds of years still matter. My family has been here for generations. My father was a fisherman, his father before him, and now my husband continues the tradition. Our village is known for catching and selling Trionychidae, soft-shell turtles that are considered a delicacy in these parts. People particularly love the meat around the edge of the shell, which we call the turtle's skirt, because of how it flares out. It's tender and supposedly good for your health, especially for women after childbirth. I never went on the hunting trips myself, but I'd heard all the stories since I was a little girl. My grandmother used to warn me about these turtles, said they weren't like other animals. She told me they could understand human speech, remember faces, and hold grudges. I always thought these were just superstitions to keep children from being cruel to animals. According to the old stories, these turtles could transform into human form to seek revenge on hunters who killed their families. Because of this, the men in our village always performed a small ritual before hunting them, burning incense, saying a few words of respect, and carrying a special charm. Most younger people think it's nonsense, but everyone still does it, just in case. That morning started like any other. My husband Liang woke up early, around 5, and started preparing his gear for the day. He planned to check the fish traps first, then spend the afternoon hunting for turtles in the shallow parts of the river. The weather forecast said it would be hot, 35 degrees at least, so he packed extra water and his wide-brimmed hat. After he left, I went about my usual chores, feeding our chickens, sweeping the front yard, and preparing vegetables for dinner. Around noon, I started making dumplings, keeping the kitchen window open to catch any breeze on that sweltering day. The only sounds were my knife against the cutting board and the occasional rooster from next door. That's when I heard the knock. 3 sharp raps on our wooden front door. We don't get many visitors, especially not during working hours when everyone's either fishing or tending their fields. I wiped my hands on my apron and went to see who it was. Standing on our doorstep was a woman I'd never seen before. She looked to be in her 30s, with neat shoulder-length black hair and wearing a plain blue dress that seemed oddly dry, despite the humidity that had everyone else sweating through their clothes. Her skin was pale, not like someone who worked outdoors, and there was something off about her eyes. They were dark, almost black, and seemed too large for her face. "Can I help you?" I asked, keeping one hand on the doorframe. The woman's expression instantly changed from neutral to angry. Her face contorted in a way that made my stomach tighten. "Your husband is too rude," she spat, her voice higher pitched than I expected. "He molested my sister and tore her skirt. How dare he?" I stood there, completely confused. My husband, Liang, had never been anything but respectful to women in our village. And who was this person? I'd never seen her before, and in a place this small, that's unusual. "I'm sorry, but there must be some mistake," I said. "My husband wouldn't do something like that." The woman's eyes narrowed and she tilted her head slightly to the side in a jerky, unnatural movement. "Are you calling me a liar? I saw him with my own eyes this morning. By the river, he grabbed my sister's skirt and tried to pull it off." That's when it clicked. The river. A skirt. This morning. My grandmother's stories flooded back to me, the vengeful turtles who could take human form, the need for the protective ritual before hunting them. I fought to keep my expression neutral while my heart hammered against my ribs. If this was really happening, if the old stories were true, then I needed to be very careful about what I said next. "Perhaps you've mistaken him for someone else," I suggested calmly, though my mouth had gone dry. "What did this man look like?" The woman paused, as if she hadn't expected this question. tall, wearing a straw hat, carrying a net. That description could fit half the men in our village. I see, I said. Well, my husband has been at the eastern banks all morning, nowhere near the main river. Perhaps it was Liu from the next village over. He often fishes in that area. There was a long moment of silence. The woman stared at me, unblinking, for what felt like a full minute. I noticed she wasn't sweating at all despite the heat, not a single drop, and she hadn't blinked once since I opened the door. Then her demeanor suddenly changed. Perhaps I misunderstood, she said, her voice now softer, almost sweet. By the way, I heard your family sells these turtle skirts. Could I buy some? A chill ran down my spine despite the summer heat. No one would refer to the turtle meat that way unless they knew exactly what it meant in our village, and her sudden change in attitude was terrifying. I forced myself to smile. Oh no, we don't hunt those creatures here. It's actually forbidden in our village due to old beliefs. This was a lie, of course, but I continued. But the Chen family in Longhua village, about 5 kilometers downstream, they catch and sell them regularly. Perhaps you could try there. Her eyes seemed to darken even further, if that was possible. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw something move behind her irises, like ripples on water. I see, she said flatly. Thank you for the information. Without another word, she turned and walked away. I noticed then that she made almost no sound when she moved. No footsteps on our gravel path, no rustle of clothing. I watched until she disappeared around the bend in the road, then quickly shut the door and locked it, something we rarely did during daylight hours. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit down. I kept telling myself I was being ridiculous, that the stories couldn't possibly be true. But deep down, I knew what I had just seen. The rest of the afternoon crawled by. I jumped at every sound, a branch against the window, our old refrigerator kicking on. I tried calling Liang several times, but there's no cell service near the river bends where he likes to fish. All I could do was wait and worry. Around 5 in the evening, I finally heard the familiar sound of his bicycle in the yard. I ran outside, nearly tripping in my haste. Liang looked tired but otherwise fine. His clothes were damp with sweat and river water, and his collection basket had a decent haul of fish. But no turtles. "What's wrong?" he asked immediately, seeing my face. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I pulled him inside and made him sit down. "Did anything strange happen today? Anything at all?" He looked confused. "No, nothing unusual. The fishing was good. I caught enough for dinner and some to sell tomorrow. Did you go hunting for turtles?" At this, his expression changed. He looked almost guilty. "I tried to. Found a good spot with several Trionychidae. Almost caught a big one too. Had my hand on its skirt, but it twisted away and escaped. After that, they all disappeared. Strange, actually. I've never seen them move so fast." My blood ran cold. "Liang, did you perform the ritual this morning, before you went hunting?" He thought for a moment, then his eyes widened. "I forgot. I was in such a hurry to get to the good spots before anyone else. I completely forgot the incense and the charm." He looked at me curiously. "Why? You don't actually believe those old stories, do you?" I told him about the woman who had visited. As I described her appearance in our conversation, the color drained from his face. "That's impossible," he whispered when I finished. "You're saying—" "I'm saying she knew things she shouldn't have known," I replied. "She knew you tried to catch a turtle this morning. She knew exactly when and where, and she asked specifically about turtle skirts, using those exact words." Liang sat in stunned silence for a long moment. Then he got up abruptly and went to the cabinet where we keep the family shrine. He lit 3 incense sticks with shaking hands and placed them in the holder. "My father always said we must respect them," he muttered. "Said they were different from other animals. More aware. I should have listened." That night, we double-checked all the locks and windows. Neither of us slept well. Every creak of the old house, every whisper of wind outside had us sitting upright in bed. Around 3 in the morning, I heard what sounded like scratching at our bedroom window. Liang heard it too. We both froze, barely breathing. The scratching continued for several minutes, then stopped. When we finally worked up the courage to look, there was nothing there, just darkness. In the morning, though, I found strange marks on the window frame and sill. They looked like claw marks, but not from any animal I could identify. 5 parallel lines, deeply scored into the wood. It's been 3 months since that day. Liang hasn't gone fishing for turtles since, says he's lost his taste for them. He always performs the ritual now, even when he's just going to check his regular fish traps. We've told no one about what happened, not even family. Who would believe us? Sometimes, on very quiet nights, I still hear scratching at the windows, and twice now I've seen a woman in a blue dress standing at the edge of our property, just watching our house. She never approaches, and when I blink, she's gone. I don't know if we'll ever be free of this. All I know is that the old stories weren't just stories after all. And I wonder how many other superstitions we've dismissed that might actually be warnings passed down through generations. If you live near the Yangtze and hunt Trionychidae, please perform the ritual. Show respect, because they remember faces, and they keep their promises, and they know where you live.